Hi, everybody. Goodness gracious, I guess it's Sunday morning, isn't it? I hope that you are well. We are set to have a pretty, I don't know, so here's my deal. I completely logged off yesterday, and so I have no idea if there's any news. I, I'm thinking maybe it's cheating to log off of social media on a Saturday, because typically there's not a bunch of political news on a Saturday anyway, but regardless, uh, I logged off and I feel so much better. So I have no idea if there was any news yesterday, but I know, we have stuff from Thursday and Friday we could talk about. Mostly, I'm in a pretty good mood and I want to stay in a good mood. So, Fiona donated $30 right as stream ended last time. Shout out to Fiona. Thank you very much. That was very kind of you. It does not count toward today's total, which I guess today's total is if we hit the stream goal, I'll flex and stuff, which it's kind of a progress flex because I am about to start a workout regimen this week that is going to specifically target a couple of areas. And since I now have the ability to move the desk up and down, I could actually show off my back muscles and stuff. So that's what the goal is today. But we are also playing a fun game, which is that for every $5 or larger donation, whether that's on the website or through super chats, or if you become a member on YouTube, it will also count because it's $5. I'll put on a different hat. You'd be surprised at how many hats. And I even got rid of some of my cooler hats, but we still have plenty of cool hats. And so I'm like, let's just play a fun game. Let's try to incentivize each donation a little bit, make things a little bit more fun. Maybe break things up. If we get too serious, then it'll be like, oh, let's change a hat. We got a donation. So that's kind of the plan for today. Like I said, I don't have any specific news to talk about, but there is news probably. So I just want to have a good time, right? And I might pull up World of Warcraft at some point and just kind of put that on in the background as a little something something to jolly things along. I need a cute hat. True. Um, quick show of hands. How many people participated in the economic blackout yesterday? Did you not purchase anything at all yesterday? Was it a deliberate thing, or were you just already not going to spend money? Not yesterday, Friday. Excuse me. It was Friday, the 28th. There was that an attempt to get everybody on board for a tiny little economic boycott. So I'm curious how many people actually participated. Will the hats get progressively cuter as time goes on? So I definitely am. There's going to be a progression on the hats. It's going to be curated. I don't know if cuter is exactly the metric, but I participated in that. I didn't buy anything, but I'm broke. LOL. True. Yeah. Basically, I do my big grocery thing earlier in the week. I'm kind of getting on a schedule with, dude, I'm meal planning and everything. Girl, we'll talk about that in a second. But I'm planning my week in a way where I'm trying to go to the grocery store just once, because I'm bad about, I'll go to the grocery store twice a week. And for a while I was going to the grocery store twice a week and I was physically walking around the grocery store, which was a huge waste of time. So yeah, I'm planning things better so that I only go to the grocery store once a week. So I don't go shopping most of the time on a Friday anyway. But I also, didn't buy anything on Amazon or anything like that. So yeah, got snacks at a local grocery store and paid in cash. That was a recommendation. The idea was to either spend in cash, you spend in cash if you need something essential so that the banks don't get involved. And then the other thing was you could spend your money at local. What am I supposed to do with that, kitty? But you could also shop local. And I want to address the idea that it was dumb AF in a second. But thank you. I can't cycle through. I'm just gonna put on one hat. I guess I could for man. Now I don't know what to do. Thank you, Kitty, for the 5 gifted tier 1 subscriptions. Mayo side, gold for the Moss Dragon to reclaim for the earth. True. Dragon is needing the pile of gold. Yes. Yes. I would, you know what would be great? I should get some acrylics or whatever made so that I can occasionally put on like functionally dragon claw nails. Ooh. Now you have the choice for when to swap hats. I guess I just was expecting it to be like one at a time. Or I guess well, that still just counts as one donation even though it's a bunch of different gifted subs, it's still one like $25 donation. So it's a minimum of $5 to get me to put on a hat, but it still only counts as one. That still only counts as one. Oh no, sir. Sir, excuse me? Hey, psst, psst, hey, what are you doing? Stop that. Sir licks a lot. Oh, and I do have a plan for if I run out of hats. I do have another thing to do after that. Oh gosh, come back, chat. I miss you. Thank you, kitty. Yeah. Saw several white names, couldn't handle it. Racist. Okay, so the idea that the boycott was dumb, right? I want to address it. I'm going to choose a hat and then address it. You know what? Here we go. We're just going to start with a simple. Yeah, arguing with my fans for giving me money. True. We're going to start with a simple hoodie or a simple beanie. I can't fucking talk. Here's just a simple black beanie, a short one. Here we go. Let's get my hair all cute. This one it's not really the cutest hat in the world. Ah, there we go. Okay, sure. That's the first hat. Okay, we're starting easy. So yeah, okay. So the boycott, right? I think obviously one day of not buying stuff is not necessarily going to break down the whole system, right? You have to build up to things. You can't just expect people to like commit to a 6-week general strike right out the gate. You have to ease people into direct action if they're not used to doing it. So, a one day, it's just like, can you exercise self control and commit to a cause such that, like, if you run out of something on Friday, or if you, whatever, like, as long as it's non essential, right? Like, whatever. If you could have gotten your prescriptions on Thursday, or you could wait an extra day and get them on Saturday morning instead, making the choice to, go without something that day, it shows like, okay, that you're willing and able to make a small sacrifice towards something that you care about, right? But also, the flip side of the don't spend money at big box stores and don't use a debit card thing is like, do spend money locally. And this is something that I've been doing just in the last few weeks because I've been visiting a lot of local businesses, but like spending your money locally supports your local economy, right? And like it makes a statement like, I'm not going to support Amazon and Walmart and all these big whatever. I don't want to participate in a like global multi conglomerate corporate structure. I'm instead going to dedicate my resources towards something local. So it's two ways, two kind of angles in which I think the purpose of the February 28th thing is good still, even though it is a baby step. Like, I'm going to acknowledge that it's a baby step. I'm going to acknowledge that it's not going to tear down the regime. It's not going to do anything crazy, but it is just a way to help people see that they could try something and see how it goes. And like, it's not just that. Like, let me try to hold on. Give me a second. I need to pull something up to show you because this is not the only action that people are attempting to do, right? Like, this is not the only thing that's planned. So first of all, I just want to shout out Hank Green mentioned this on Blue Sky, which is why I know about it. There are going to be protests. There were some President's Day protests, and now the March 7th nationwide in many state capitals, there are protests organized basically to stand up for science because of the way this administration has been, let's just say defunding academic research and vaccines and all this stuff. So like, first of all, this is a way that you can get involved. Just wanted to say that. So I'm just saying, like, we're building up to it. There's more that we're building toward. It's not just this one day. And the expectation that it's just one day is like part of the problem. And that's part of why it's like, okay, people think that it's stupid. Like, well, you think that it's stupid because you're not thinking about how this is a step in a direction, right? We're just taking a step towards something. So let me pull this open. So this is something that I've seen circulating online. So we planned economic blackout February 28th, March 7th through 14th, Amazon boycott, not buying anything from Amazon. And presumably that would include like not using Amazon services, which would kind of suck. I think that I might actually, well, I don't know. How does it? I think the idea is that you don't use any Amazon services, including like Audible and Kindle, or like Amazon Music or Amazon Prime TV or whatever. So that, I mean, that for me, not using Amazon for an entire week would be, it will be a sacrifice because I listen to an audiobook every night. Maybe I could see if the audiobook is available through the library though. And then, you know, that would potentially be like, I just literally fall asleep to an audiobook every night. But this is what it is. Like, this is what it is to just do like small gestures. And like, if a revolution happens, you're going to have to sacrifice a lot more. If you want to accomplish things for a better future, you're going to have to sacrifice way more than just like not having an audiobook to listen to at night. So then we have a Nestle boycott 21st through 28th, which I would have to look up what does Nestle own. But again, for me, that could be as easy as just buying my groceries the week before, and then I don't have to really think about it that hard, right? But thinking about it ahead of time and planning around it and being like, the more aware I am of Nestle products in the lead up to that as well, the more I can potentially just cut Nestle products out of the picture entirely, What about Amazon shows for free online? I think the purpose is to like not use their services at all, because web traffic is still like a form of support for the company. So if you're accessing any services through them, then basically it's like not as strong of a statement as if a lot of people don't use any Amazon services or purchase anything. Like, obviously the purchasing is a bigger thing, but it's just something worth mentioning also, that you could also consider like not using any of their services and be like, look, this is what it looks like when, because even if I use your Audible app, you use the Audible app to promote other audiobooks to me that you want me to try to buy. I am not seeing your advertisements if I'm not using the Audible app. Same thing on Amazon. The shows that you get for free on Amazon play ads. Actually, even some of the stuff that you pay for. Or no, hold on. I'm thinking of something else. But yeah, so like Invincible, I've been watching Invincible on Amazon Prime, and there are ads that play, and they make money off of the ads. And if I buy something because of that ad, like if I click on that ad, then I'm rewarding them. So what we're trying to do is show them what the world would look like if we did not use their products or services whatsoever. So Nestle boycott 21st through 28th, Walmart boycott April 7th through 14th. So again, for me, this would basically just be like, I'm going to change my schedule that week because I do buy shit from Walmart. It's the cheapest option. Unfortunately, I am trying to be careful with my money right now. But I'm also like, in the middle of trying to transition away from buying all of my products there, because I do want to contribute to local businesses more. It's just hard when you are dirt fucking poor. So April 18th, economic blackout number 2. So it's basically the same thing as we did in February. General Mills boycott. So that's another one where it's like, either I'm just going to not shop those days, or I am going to have to Google like what are General Mills products, including like, are there any generic products I buy that are actually made by General Mills potentially? So there are more of these coming, right? And at the same time, so it's 2 things you're doing, right? Or I mean, it should be multiple things. This is the goal, is to have like, let's hit them on several different sides. And maybe, yeah, like maybe you do have a necessary purchase. Like, oh, you're like, oh shit, I just got sick and I really need this medicine, and the Walmart has the cheapest price for this medicine. And so I have to get medicine the week of the Walmart boycott. Like, okay, you don't, you don't like need to feel like you failed or whatever. It's not the end of the world, because at the same time, we should also be, to the extent that it's possible, attending protests and participating in things locally in our communities anyway. We should be volunteering to help people. We should be showing up to town hall meetings to express that we want to expand services for homeless people or whatever. Like, there is more that we should be doing. And so I don't want people to think like, oh, this boycott is stupid and it doesn't make a difference, because we're just trying to build towards something, trying to open the door for a lot of people who have never done any kind of protest action. Online shopping, 0% stay in your community. I can't completely phase it out. Like, sometimes shit is just not available. And so, you're like, oh, I want to get something from the local hardware store, but they don't carry it. So then I have to order it online, whether it's through their service or through a different service. Anyway, are these US specific events? I think a lot of these things are, these things are mostly aimed at the US because it's the US policies that we are championing. It's like, if you live in Portugal, I don't know what difference it would make if you decided not to buy anything on February 28th. Like, I don't know what statement that is making. So this hat is for Teal'c. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You know what's really funny is I've just now been listening to Decoding the Unknown with Simon Whistler, and he talks about Stargate frequently. It's like one of his comfort shows or something. But thank you for the $5 donation. That means that we can switch hats. Let me change the donation goal thingy real quick. That brings us to 30 because the first one was 25. Buff. Okay. Yeah, I do agree overall. Like, it's better to buy from locally owned businesses, like women-owned business, POC-owned business, queer-owned business. Like, we should be trying to support our local communities, especially in places like, a lot of us live in communities, and I know this because I just drove across the entire country. There are many communities that are not thriving, lots of communities where there are a lot of homeless folks, and like, the streets are not well maintained, and there's trash along the highways and stuff. And it's like, so I understand that, like, many of us in America are not living in thriving communities. That's part of the problem. Like, if you live in a big city where there are very high taxes, like a liberal city especially, where, there's relatively high taxes, and like, local services are well funded and everything, and the city is well managed, most of us, I think, are not dealing with that. Like, population wise, there just are a lot of people who don't get to live in nice places like that. So that, I think, is part of this. Like, if we invest in our local communities, we will have more thriving local communities. And that includes both spending money in our communities, but also like volunteering our time and service. Yeah, exactly. In a lot of communities, the cheapest way to survive also bleeds income out of the area. Yeah, that's the whole fucking thing about Walmart. It hurts small businesses by, having a cheaper price, and then the small businesses go out of business, and then, like, now you don't have as many businesses paying local property tax and all kinds of negative benefits. And like, of course, Walmart, like, if you spend money at a business where the person lives in your community, then if they do well, they're going to then spend their money also in the community because they live there, right? If there is no Walmart, right? But if there is a Walmart, then it's not like people who own Walmart are coming into your town and spending money because they also need things. So yeah, it just funnels money out of a community in addition to harming local business owners. So yes, the farmer's market, yo, Recently, I went to a farmer's market and I bought kombucha. I bought a couple baked goods. I bought local milk. I bought some tea. Yeah, and those big businesses are not paying taxes. Fucking true. Okay, I need a new hat. I got distracted. Okay, let's see. Which one are we gonna do next? Let's see. You know, let's keep things relatively simple here. I haven't worn this hat in forever, and I think I need to adjust it a little bit here. Can I? Okay, so at the very minimum, I'm going to change some things. I have an adjustable hat. Give me a second. Chance for stacked hats. I will get too hot. I can't do that. I'm sorry. For health reasons, I'm not going to stack the hats. Okay. I'm just too cute. I'm cute no matter what I do. It's impossible to not be cute when you're me. Also suggest that instead of using giant banks, use local community credit unions if possible. Yes, I agree. Banking at a credit union, they usually have fewer fees and shit anyway, and they have usually pretty good interest rates on loans and stuff, and they are insured exactly the same as a bank is. So, yeah, do your banking services at the credit union if you can. Yeah, Walmart purposely paying their employees so low that they're on food stamps. This is why it's like Walmart is the welfare queen. Walmart is benefiting from like taxpayer services so that they don't have to pay their employees as much money. Credit unions tend to invest bank money into the community as well. Yeah. And they're like, yeah, credit unions also support local businesses. They like if I go to my credit union, I could be like, "Hey, I want to be recommended like a local business," and they can be like, "Well, here's some that we work with." Comrade Lux. Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to buckle it or anything. Eh. I'm not trying to say people have to only buy local, but whenever possible, pulling out cash at an ATM and buying stuff in town helps more than you would think. IDK, I grew up in a tiny town and learned all of those numbers and why small town America was dying when I took an econ class in college. I just like to spread the knowledge around so people can physically see what the breakdown looks like. Yeah, that makes sense. This week, our pet cockroach Teal'c died. He's featured previously on Feed the Dragon. Had a good life with us where he got to eat fresh fruit regularly and was well taken care of. Ah, yeah. Here's a shout out to Teal'c, the cockroach that we have previously seen pictures of, and I can't remember distinctly, but that sucks. I hate when that happens. I need to switch to cash to budget better. I actually find when I have cash, I'm like, I don't remember where I spent my money. I'm like, oh, where did that 40 bucks go? As a Walmart employee, when your employee discount only extends to groceries during mid-November to the first week of January, so you shop for everything there and end up giving 50% of your paycheck right back to Walmart when you work there. Oof, yeah. Yeah, like, it's tough out there. It's tough out there. Having so few options. Like, the more poor you are, the fewer options you have. But I'm definitely like, when things warm up and the farmers markets start opening, I would like to, man, like, produce is such a small part of my total budget anyway that I feel like if I spend a little bit more money on higher quality produce locally, then that is probably fine. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to buy coffee from some local place because I don't really know that there is local coffee really in the United States in that way where it's like grown here. I don't actually know, but yeah, I so there's some stuff that like okay, I'm still going to get from the store because I just don't think there is really a way to replace the local like to replace it with a local alternative. But yeah, I mean, I buy local wine when I drink wine. if there were a local whiskey, I would probably buy local whiskey too. Honey from farmers markets tends to be better. Dude, okay, so the milk, okay, so I bought milk at the farmers market that was mocha flavored milk. I think they had like chocolate milk and strawberry milk, but I bought the mocha flavored milk. And not only does it taste amazing, but it has such a great texture. And then also, we've been eating Tillamook dairy products recently because I'm just like, let's try out some of these products that are kind of local and like higher quality than the fucking Walmart version. And the texture of high quality dairy products is monumentally superior. Are there farmers markets in cities? Yes, that's kind of the whole point of a farmers market, is that people come from the farms and they bring their products to the urban market. So like there was a farmers market back where I lived. There were, I think, two farmers markets where I lived, and there are a lot of farmers markets, like not only where I live, but also in like all of the surrounding cities. So there are a bunch of, yes, wine is so easy to buy locally around here. We went and asked for some local wine, and this lady spent like 10 minutes going over it. Like she was like, "Oh, here's a bunch of different vineyards," and she was like, "And this one is this direction if you just go down that road." And we were like, it was like the first week or two that we were here. We had no idea what she was talking about. But yeah, the products that you get at a farmer's market are just honestly higher quality. And I trust, in some ways, I trust a farmer's market product more because I feel like you actually need to care about your reputation in the community. If you get a bunch of people sick, it's different when it's like Walmart, because it's like one product at Walmart and I'd have no idea where the product came from, had, made a bunch of people sick, right? And then so you're like, okay, I'll not buy that product for a while. But if it's like a person in your neighborhood who like gets a bunch of people sick because of bad hygiene practices or something, I think that person is going to suffer a lot of consequences. And so I feel like the stakes are higher and they're going to try harder to make sure that they're delivering a quality product. And also because they probably know the people that they're selling to and they don't want to harm the people that they're selling to, just on like a personal level. So yeah, I would say that that's probably a good option. Tons of beer breweries in my area. Oh no, yeah, we were paying attention. We passed multiple vineyards traveling through the gorge, the Columbia River Valley Gorge, or is it the Columbia River Valley? Where is that? That's something else. That's probably further up in Washington, but the Columbia River Gorge. I also really like meeting the people growing my food. Yeah, I enjoyed like all of the conversations I had when I went to the farmers market recently. And I'm like, one of the ladies had duck eggs and my partner was like, "Ooh, I would love duck eggs." So I'm going to go back sometime. Dali wants to bring up something maybe some people know, but if you're on EBT, then farmers markets and some co-ops can do a 2-for-1. Like you buy fresh produce and get $2 or half off up to a certain amount. Yeah, so like some farmers markets work with the SNAP program, the EBT program, to give you like more produce than you would normally get, essentially. Walmart has a tendency to intentionally put spoiled products out front instead of throwing it away. Yeah, I got some tomatoes this week that were like, I'm like, why are you giving me tomatoes that are already on their way out? Why is it dressed like Fargo? Dispatch, thank you for asking. So today we're doing a game, kind of, where every donation I get of $5 or more, I'm going to put on a different hat. So basically, like, I'm going to keep this hat on until I get another donation of $5 or more, and then I'll switch. And I have a lot of them, so we're going to see. Farmers markets travel everywhere. They don't really travel everywhere. You typically have like uh this one meets in this one place every week, once a week, from this time to this time. The different people who bring their products there might also go to other markets because like there's another one on a different day that is also in the same place every week at the same time. But I don't think they really like functionally travel from place to place. It's just that like how much time do you have and what days do you want to go to market? Magical hats sounds like a good game to spread lice. Yeah. What's the word? It's musical hats, I think is what you're like if you hop from one to the other to the other to the other. My coffee plant is almost old enough to give coffee. Either this year or next year, I will get my first small amount. More than half of it will go to starting a medium sized indoor greenhouse with about 25 coffee plants in it. Not going to produce very much, but I will gift bags of it to people, mostly growing it for my wife because she might kill me if I made her actually give up coffee, possibly destroy the world. Yeah, that's awesome. Because those are the kind of things that I think people don't consider when we are considering the possibility of supply chain disruption, that you might actually not have access to a product like coffee. I think we typically think of chocolate is, I think, the example that typically gets used when we're talking about whether it's, whether a globally connected economy the way that we do it is a good thing in the first place. Uh, if we talk about like losing access to luxury products because of regulations, if we increase regulations around this, then we might have fewer products because it's kind of only possible through exploitative labor practices, like, or if we're contemplating climate change and the fact that probably areas that are tropical and like people grow coffee plants, they might have droughts, or there might be a shortage of oil, and so manufacturing and shipping gets slowed down or whatever. So yeah, coffee is going to be one of those things that we will have to either start producing locally or we will have to find alternatives to. And there are alternatives, right? Um, you can grow tea as well. Like tea is something you could grow. Dandelion root, when you roast it, is apparently a nice coffee alternative. It's not exactly the same, but it is like kind of an energy boost type beverage, from what I understand. Thank you in a box for your $5 donation. It says hat. I will now change my hat. Sorry, sometimes I'm just like, I need to finish my thought or I'm going to lose it. Okay. Okay, no. Put this hat over here because I already wore it. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Now we're going to start having more fun. I killed all my tea plants. No! I would destroy the world without some form of caffeine. Okay. I don't think I've ever worn this hat. My mother-in-law made this hat. I don't think she made it for me, but she just like was doing a lot of crochet at the time and made it. Cute. Colorful. Thank you for the dono though. Which brings us up to $35 today.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there was another one. Oh, there was another one? Thank you for the $7 Canadian from Dispatch. Says, just a really big fan. Canadian flag, trans flag. Thank you. That is apparently about $5 US, so we'll just say it's $5. Appreciate that. Puff. I have to redo the entire thing every time. Sorry. Like, fix the dono amount. Could that be called a temperature hat? I don't know. I think that she just kind of buys whatever yarn and doesn't really consider what the project is going to be. And then she just is like, what can I make with this yarn? My mother-in-law has stopped doing as much crochet because she was just trying it out. She's more of a quilter. Do you take donations in the form of more hats? I don't know. I'm not sure if we're going to ever do this again. I'm just trying it out. I was like, let's have fun. Let's do something a little silly, a little low stakes, you know? Kitty says it takes about 8 healthy coffee plants to give one person enough coffee for a 1 year. The plants need to be dug out and replaced every 4 to 6 years because they die back and they have smaller culms and less production each cycle. Eventually, you have to dig them up and start over. So eventually, the plan is to cycle 2 plants a year. Good call. Yeah, absolutely. I was thinking about this before stream today. Not only do I have coffee grounds in my home, but I also have bought products a couple of times that are made from other parts of the coffee plant. The I might have botched the exchange rate. Oh, and yeah, it turned into $4.84 according to YouTube. But yeah, so I have tea that is coffee leaves, like the leaves of the coffee plant. So it doesn't taste like coffee at all. It honestly like has an earthy, almost jalapeno kind of flavor, which is really interesting. And then the kombucha that I bought at the farmer's market also is made with coffee fruit, which is usually a waste product of the process of making coffee because the coffee bean is like the seed inside the fruit. So usually the fruit is a waste product, but this person that I bought the kombucha off of used that as the sugar to ferment the kombucha, which is cool. So I have like multiple different parts of the coffee plant or products of the coffee plant in my home. When did we decide not to wear hats? Honestly, I typically don't think that hats flatter me very much, but now that I'm doing it for stream right now, I'm kind of like, maybe I should wear a hat more often, but I overheat very easily, so that's part of it. Hmm. I don't have a P.O. box to receive more hats in the mail or anything. So I don't know if I need a growing collection of hats that I don't wear. Mm. Honestly, 8 coffee plants to produce enough coffee for one person for a whole year seems like not that many plants, which is interesting. It sort of depends on how big of a coffee drinker you are, too, and all that stuff. I also think people used to wear a lot of hats because, first of all, there was like a religious belief that covering your head was a good thing, but also like your hair being all fucking greasy because you couldn't wash on a regular basis. Maybe like hiding your hair because it would get funky. Yeah, queer no mug. Yeah, gift from my mother-in-law again. Like the hat she gave me. This is totally like this is not like a gift that I'm gonna be like, oh my god, I'm gonna cherish it forever. I'll keep it forever, even when she passes. But it's not like she made this hat for me. I'm pretty sure she just was like on a tear of making hats and was like, I'll give some to my child-in-law or yeah, whatever it is. I don't know how to phrase that. You need a hat with a little fan on top to keep your head cool. That's true. I need let's give me a metal hat that can serve as a heat sink. That would be good. Oh gosh, I actually speaking of getting warm, I can already tell that I am this is making me retain some heat. Let's see. Yeah, this is I wonder this is like an acrylic or something. It's really really warm. There we go. And I put it on slightly different so you get to see a different version of the colors. Umbrella hats. Yup. Oh gosh, what else did I have? I had some other thoughts from this week. I can't remember all the thoughts that I had that I wanted to share with you. It's tough when your brain no worky. This leaf is dangling so far. It's interesting. Anyhow, what else is going on this week? Someone is trying so hard. Okay, so this week on the Transatlantic Call-In show, yeah, donate $5 to save Lux from dying from the heat. Thoughts are being sucked into the hat. It's true. Um. Oh, I didn't change hat when I got the donation from Dispatch. Did I? Did I change hat when Dispatch gave the super chat, or have I not done it? Was that me switching to this one? How many donations have I gotten today? I don't think I changed my hat. Someone please tell me. I can't remember. I'm gonna just talk about Takis until someone can answer me. um, on Takis this week, so on the call-in show, we had someone call in who was a huge dick. Change hat. I need to do it. Okay, Inbox is telling me I need to change hat. I do owe you a hat change. Okay, sorry. I get so distracted. Okay, let's do. All right, let's go back to keeping things kind of simple. Here we go. I wonder how this is going to work. There we go. Now I can still have heat escape through the top of my head. There we go. This is not oriented correctly. Hold on. Like this? Yeah, there we go. I guess. I don't know. That's fine. I'm being really loose with the definition of hat, if you couldn't tell. They were a huge dick and the story ends there. Okay, I'll live with that. Yeah. So first of all, he came in hot with like a, hey ladies, how's it going? And I'm like, okay, I do present myself as femme, and I'm like not that upset about it, but I feel like if you're calling into a show with trans people, you maybe shouldn't come in like that. It's good because he's affirming to Arden, though. I'm like, I'm not trying to steal all of the attention or whatever. Like, it's good. It would have been affirming if we were both trans women. We just aren't, and I can understand there being confusion on that topic. So I'm not like, I typically don't freak out about that because I get it. So he came in hot. He was like, hey, ladies. And then he was like, so I believe that trans people deserve rights and everything, but I just want to talk about the sports issue. And I was like, okay, cool. I feel like I've really gotten my arguments together on this. I feel like I understand the issue very well, and I'm able to address like basically any point that could possibly come up regarding this issue. Oh, I just realized I did not put my foot pad down. Hold on. Ah, that's better. Okay, now my feet are padded. Anyway, so I was like, okay, cool. Yeah, let's talk about it because I like if he was basically saying like I don't think men should play women's sports, right? Which is you've already messed up there. You've messed up to start, right? But I was like, okay, let's just since you brought up the idea of men and women's sports, let's just talk about men and women, like cis men and cis women. So what I did was I started bringing up my arguments, which is like we have seen that there's pretty compelling evidence that the reason why men and women perform differently is probably more because of a lack of funding for women's sports, lack of funding, lack of support, bad equipment, bad coaches versus like men's sports. And this starts from childhood. So until we address childhood disparities in sport, like if we address that and then in 20 years, we will see how people are competing at the competitive level. So like I started going in on that, and then I pointed out that like part of the reason like a compelling explanation for why women don't perform as well is that when you tell people that they're going to do worse, they do perform worse. So like if you tell women that they're going to do bad on a math test because women tend to be bad at math, those women will perform worse than a group of women that you didn't say that to. And actually, interestingly, I think in that same study, they showed that boys also perform worse when you say to them before the test that girls perform worse on the test, interestingly. But basically, I was trying to lay out the points, and this dude kept like interrupting me, and like I think that he was like maybe chuckling at some of what I was saying. And I was like, dude, you really need to stop interrupting me and let me lay it out because I'm trying to address your point. Like I'm trying to address the conversation and then give you a chance to respond. Like that's how it works is, you ask a question and then we give our commentary and then we give you a chance to respond. We actually ask you to respond when we're ready. And so he was just continually interrupting me and it was really pissing me off. I was like, can you just give me a second to lay it out? And he was like, oh, I'll let you finish. And I was like, yes, I will finish because it's my show. I was like getting all fired up and everything. And Arden ended up muting him. Like, we can do that. We have control over the calls. We muted him because he was just not letting me talk. And Arden, since she has the power to mute them, she can also see when they're talking, like when their little audio thing comes on. And he was talking over me the entire time, even though he was muted. So he was not listening to anything that I said. These are the oppositional callers that are like wasting our time, basically. So what we ended up doing is we just left him muted while I just like finished laying out my point. And then Arden was like, I'm not even going to let you respond because you are not participating in this conversation in good faith. And she just let him basically hang out on the call until he decided to hang up, which was not very long. And yeah, it was super duper annoying. And then somebody is on Blue Sky messaging me. And now normally I don't really engage with this kind of shit. I like on Blue Sky especially, I'm just like, I'm going to block and move on. I don't want to talk to you at all. So should I pull my hair out from under here? Maybe. I don't know. I'm just going to leave it. It's fine. Like me looking bad is part of the point. I want to look silly at various points during this video. But so someone, I don't know if it was that same person. It can't have been the same person, but this is somebody who is a hater who watches Takis because he wants to be a hater, or they want to be a hater, whoever this person is. One of my posts from 6 months ago on Blue Sky, this person started commenting on 2 of my posts. One of them was more recent, but this one was older. One of my Fansly advertisements where I'm like, hey babes, anarchist girlfriend is just getting some reading done. And this person's like, oh, there's hope for you yet. I wish this is just a phase that'll blow over before you do anything too drastic. I think this is somebody who knows that I was assigned female at birth and is like, oh, look at you reclaiming your femininity or something. I don't know. And I was like, yeah, I've identified as trans since I was 14. This is not a phase, probably. And like, they were like, oh, I hope you just don't make any drastic changes you live to regret. And I was like, okay, thanks for your totally not paternalistic and condescending concern for what I do with my own body. And then I had to explain what concern trolling was. And this person rejects the concept fundamentally. And then I ended up having to say like, oh, this is not even the thread where things like got really obnoxious, but this person just starts pressing and I'm like, look, I'm not engaging with this. Like, call in at Takis, because that's what this person is doing. They're criticizing me for my commentary on Takis. Let me, hold on. That was the wrong thread. Let me find the other one. Okay, so this is a funny post. This was just a joke. I quote tweeted someone who said, a burrito must be as wide as your upper arm to be considered a good burrito. And I quoted it like, that sounds like something Brennan Lee Mulligan would say. And then this person, your arguments regarding women's performance versus men's performance were so cringe. So women's underperformance is all due to mentality and poor funding, nothing at all physiological. And I'm like, just call into the show. I will go in more detail. Like I couldn't like go into it in more detail because the caller was interrupting me and wouldn't participate in the conversation. And then they're like, oh, I'd rather call into your own show, which is interesting. Right here, they say, I'd rather call into your own show. And I was like, I don't really do that. I guess you can join my Discord server if you feel like it. But like this person is just lecturing me on the discussion. Like you are never going to win by totally disregarding biology. So I'm like, I don't really take callers on my show. But it's interesting right here. It says, I'd much rather call into your own show. And then on this other thread, I'm like, you really should call into the show. Like, I'm not engaging here anymore. Takis is my job. I'm letting this person steal my time, basically. By engaging with this person on Blue Sky, I'm letting them steal from me because it's my job to take oppositional callers on Takis, but I don't do that in my free time. Like, this is not what I do in my free time. So maybe he's trying to say don't get top surgery. Yeah, of course. Of course, that's what it doesn't matter what it is specifically, whether it's top surgery or like I talked at the end of the show about how I was debating about bottom surgery. And so I was like, I'm not engaging here anymore. Takis is my job. If you want access to me, then call into the show. And then they're like, ooh, you only take puff calls on there because y'all get so easily triggered by hard truths. And I was like, okay, so we take oppositional callers all the time, and I'm literally inviting you on, even though you are wildly unqualified to speak to me. But you're trying to twist it and make it seem like I'm not willing to have the discussion. And then they say, LOL, I'm blocked by you snowflakes. So he's like, oh, someone else blocked me from the show. I tried to warn y'all about the backlash that was brewing. So before they said, I am not interested in coming on your show, in coming on the show. But now they're saying, oh, I'm blocked. Like, okay, so you were try. So basically, like, if you got blocked from Takis, it's because you are extreme bad faith. Please don't pollute this Discord with trash. Okay, so the what I'm saying, Drea, is just in order for him to join a call with me, because I have done that before where I've brought on people who disagree. But I'm like, so that was I'm like, I don't want them to participate in a chat. In fact, I might create a specific role that's like, this is just for oppositional callers, so they can join maybe specifically the voice chat that I want them to join, but they can't participate in the server otherwise. But like, yeah, I'm not going to do this for free, and I'm definitely not going to do it on Blue Sky. And this person also is like, so I was like, okay, concern trolling is a well-established phenomenon where people waste each other's time by asserting they're concerned. And so here you are popping up on my posts completely unrelated to transition to talk to me about my transition and how worried you are, and whether it's intentional or not, this is concern trolling. And then they're like, LOL, is it any wonder y'all struggle to absorb simple facts like elite men will always outperform elite women at sport when engagement in linguistics is the main focus of your movement? Like, just, and then accusing me of residing in a bubble as though the entire fucking world and like a bunch of morons haven't repeatedly said this thought terminating cliche. That's the thing. That user is marked on an auto mod list for transphobia. No, yeah, of course. This person is being like someone who is coming onto my posts where I'm advertising the sexy pictures I take is like to talk to me about how worried they are. Like, fundamentally, I just want the person to call in. Like, that's the thing. I'm engaging with this person because I'm like, hey, you're contacting me on Blue Sky to criticize the arguments that I made on Takis. Well, I am not going to have that conversation with you on Blue Sky, so you should call in. That's what I'm doing. Like, I'm trying to drive oppositional traffic to Takis because we like those callers. We want those callers. So that's why I'm responding. But someone saying, there's hope for you yet, and I wish this is just a phase that'll blow over before you do anything drastic, that's a turf. Like, that's a turf. Straight up. But again, because I have this job with Takis, I'm like, okay, I do want to at least engage to a degree that teases more of a discussion, you know? Yes, we have call screeners. And they do screen and vet people, and they do intentionally let in oppositional callers. That's the point of the show. Like, obviously we take people who are trans and allies, and like trans people themselves at various stages. We take people who are questioning their identity. But the whole point of the call-in show format, and I think that Takis might take more friendly callers than other shows just because we don't have as many, maybe we just don't get as many callers. Takis is not the most popular show on the channel, The Line. But yeah, like, so we take a mix of callers, but the point of it, and the ones that, you know, get the good clips, the ones that become good segments to post on the channel, are the oppositional callers where we argue and we get fired up and stuff. Like, that's the whole thing. Yeah, why on a sexy post? That user is also apparently just a trans reply guy, in the sense that he's always being argumentative like this, or is he also like, I mean, is the reason that he's commenting on a sexy post of mine because he deliberately seeks out like sexy posts? To be fair, I don't post that much on Blue Sky, but still scrolling back to 6 months ago, I don't know. I wonder, does Blue Sky do the thing? Yeah, you can click the media tab and see like what pictures. Okay, so I guess if you click my media tab, because pictures don't get posted here as often, which, like, honestly, I need to take more pictures. So it's only the third post down if you come over here into this tab. So because I replied with this picture. So to be fair, I guess it didn't necessarily come from scrolling through 6 months of my posts, but yeah, I mean, it's still weird. Literally no other posts than replies to trans people or trans issues. So yeah, I just think that's interesting. I'm just gonna reply to him. Okay, so actually, this person is, since they have been interacting with me like pretty consistently, I'm actually gonna tell them now um, that I'm live currently, and that if they want to join my Discord and call me, then they can. I just want to see if this person actually will. So this person is not. Sometimes people come in the chat on Takis. They come in the chat and they go, I, um, they go like, oh, I don't like what you're saying or whatever. They say something transphobic or whatever. And we're like, why don't you call in? And then they don't. And they just keep typing in the chat until they get blocked from the chat by one of our moderators. So this person is not like that. They have actually called in and they like apparently got blocked. So I'm interested, but if they do come on, to be clear, I'm going to basically lay out at the ground rules at the beginning. I'm going to be like, okay, do you recognize that I have subject matter expertise on this? And you know that if you try to argue with me, like, not if you try to argue with me, if you're talking over me repeatedly, I'm going to mute you. And if you go on and on and on, I'm going to mute you, right? Like, very short list of posts on their Blue Sky, and they're all replies. They have no standalone posts, really. That's pathetic. Like, you don't have literally, this person has nothing of value to contribute to the world except bothering trans people. Dear Aaron is so sensitive, blocks anyone who notes the tide is turning against this movement. Like, moron. I meant it when I'm like, you're not qualified to speak with me. You don't know enough about the topic. And like, yeah, this is the thought that I had this week. First of all, can you hit the like button really quick? I just want to take a quick pause. If you have not hit the like button, please do that. If they come in here, I'm going to make you put your dumbest hat on. So if I get a large donation, I'd have an especially funny hat to put on. But yeah, like, I guess like, yeah, the $25 donation could have been considered a large donation, but it was the very first one, and I didn't want to start with an amazing hat. Anyway, but yeah, we'll see. I just think that like, so if you say like biology, biology, men are always going to be better than women, I'm like, that's a thought terminating cliche. It's an easy answer to a complex question. Like, if there are so many different factors that contribute to the performance, like if they're worried about bone density and lung size and heart size and the density of muscle fibers and how tall you are and all that shit, like how could you say that it comes down to just simple biology if even looking at the biological process indicates that there are like a lot of factors you would have to control for if you were comparing performance across athletics? Like, I don't get it. Yeah, Republicans be dismantling the New Deal and we got people going, the transes. I like you arguing with dickheads. I told someone this week that like who doesn't know me online, who I'm just getting to know. I was like, I told them that this is one of the things I do, like taking oppositional callers, and they were like, I think you would be good at that, and I'm like, yeah, I am. Like, yeah, I'm pretty good at arguing with people, actually. True, Skeptoidius says, smack that like button on its bouncy booty. I don't want to like TMI or anything, but I got out of the shower yesterday and I was just like hanging out, like leaning on my bed. And then I was just like, jiggle, 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 jiggle. Like, I don't know. I was just like, let's see how much movement I can get on like the various. I have more body fat now than I've ever had. And that's one of the fun things about it is you can be like, jiggle, 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 jiggle. Physics. Hat on a hat. I can't do hat on a hat. I'm so sorry, everybody, but I will overheat and die. Excuse me. Oh, and also I feel like I should say when we have Takis and we have the call-ins where it seems like the person is really hostile, our screeners will leave us a note if they're like, this person seems disingenuous, or like this person uh, seems like they might be lying or something. Like it, yeah, it's fine. Like, you know, if we take an oppositional caller and they're really shitty, we typically know that like going into it, or we have enough experience doing this that we can kind of tell how someone delivers their opening remarks, what kind of conversation it's going to be. Yeah, body fat play. Do you ever just be in bed and you're just going like boop 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 boop? Like this is me jiggling my butt, by the way. Speedy Shimeji, what's up? Hello, how goes? Simple biology peeps are closer to anti-vaxxers or not believing in atomic theory than they are to the existing consensus in biology. Fucking true. Love how the new setup is looking. Thank you. I'm like, I need to go through some of my boxes of like just straight up decor, because I'm realizing I don't have a lot of that stuff, because I need some tall but lightweight stuff to put on here, because I do want to fill this space. And then this space is going to eventually hopefully be like maybe like posters or something. I'm not sure, you know, stuff that it's like, you know, I'll be moving around in front of it anyway. And then on this area, I think I want to put something like, maybe I'll put like a rabbit pelt on the wall there. I'm not sure. Like down there, I don't know if I'm going to end up doing anything down there. I'm probably just going to put more vines so that that space down there is kind of filled with something. But yeah. On my lunch at work as always. Nice. Thank you. In a box with another $5 dono. Where is my bow? It's over there. It's currently wrapped up. It's in its box, so it's taken apart right now. But I don't know, like, should I get like a thing to hang my bow and put my bow on the wall? I'm probably not gonna hang my quiver on the wall because my quiver is so modern looking. But I could put my bow on the wall. Anyway, thank you. In a box says, enjoy hats. The last time I super chatted to Takis, hashtag Team Lux, Dr. Ben complimented the hat in the profile picture. Nice. So this week, if you're interested with Takis, I am not going to be there, but Ben and Josie will be there. And I think that they're planning on discussing the trans-military ban, which is, Josie is a veteran, and then Ben is an active military doctor, so he is obviously going to be directly impacted if they strip a mirror. No. Like no. You're not gonna get to see the reflection of my lights and stuff. No. Your bow would work well on the wall. Okay, I might have to find, maybe I'll 3D print something that can hold it. I'm gonna try to like figure out what, because I think a lot of bows mount sideways, but there's not a ton of space. I guess I could put it up here and it would be above my head. Because a lot of bows, yeah, you're meant to like, you hang it up sideways. I don't know how it would work if I was hanging it up long ways. Of course, yeah, I think it could fit up there. I'll experiment with it. That's a good idea. I missed the bow. Oh, okay. Yes, new hat. Okay, let's see. What are we gonna do next? Well, okay, here. Oh my god, this is very small for my head. Oh, please someone donate so I can take this off. But now that it's on, I can't take it off until the new dono. This, what is it? It says DuPont. Oh my god. This probably fit me when I was a teenager, but it doesn't now. Okay, gender abolition. Somebody wants to talk about gender abolition. Let me double check the Discord. Let's see if this person has joined. Okay, no. Nobody has joined the Discord. There is a link on my page, so thank you. Oh, another $5 dono from in a box. Oh god. Let me know if you need an active Discord mod in the next hour or so. Yeah, sure. I'm hoping to just get them in a call, and then I can just like ban them permanently from the server if need be. So, but thank you. I'm gonna drink a little bit of water because I am warm. I haven't joined the Discord. You're welcome to. It's there. I usually keep an active link in the description of the YouTube videos, and then also if you go to my website, there should be a link in the top banner. Okay, so comedy goes in threes. This is the third one of these that I own. This one is not squeezing the circulation out of my brain. And then I have more hats after this. Trust me. It'll get weirder too. We're going to get more and more abstracted from what a hat actually is the further we go in this thing. Okay, did I not? Whoa, come on now. Okay, I think I now need to add $10 to the donos because I didn't add the previous one. So that's $50 today. We are halfway there. Whoa, we're halfway there. Whoa, lemon on a bear. That's one of my favorite memes. All right. Okay, now chat's back. I think the DuPont one can be retired. Probably, yeah. I think I still have it because, like, my mother-in-law gave it to me, maybe? I don't know. But yeah, it can be donated, probably. How is Mitternacht? He's good. In fact, he's right there, being very sweet and quiet, and he likes to hang out near me. It's very nice. Okay, yeah, I'll have to think about the bow thing. I'm in kind of like how to mount a bow on the wall. Specialized bow hangers, typically a rubber-coated hook designed to securely hold the bow without damaging it. Okay, yeah, I'll look this up. I'll look more into this later. I just want to open a tab so I'll remember it. Yeah, I think mostly what people do is hang them sideways. Yeah, okay. I'm making sure I'll be able to even reach it if I hang it up that high. Yeah, he's doing good. I'll let you guys choose. When we get to the donation goal, I will either flex or I will pick up the cat. Because I don't want to disturb him. He's so sweet. He's a good boy. Okay, what am I in the middle of doing? Was I in the middle of talking about something? Oh, I guess I was just talking about how annoying that person is on Takis. Or that person talking to me on Blue Sky. And that's like a couple of times that's happened where I've been like, yeah, you should call in. It happened on Twitter one time before. I was like, yeah, you should definitely call in. And they first of all said that they didn't want to, but then they were like, actually, I'm banned. I'm like, well, why weren't you upfront about the fact that you got banned? Did you think that I would maybe stop talking to you if I knew that my coworkers and supervisors decided to stop taking your calls? Do you think maybe like they have a judgment that it is not valuable to talk to you? And I mean, like the only value in talking to this person here is that you all might find it funny. Like you all might find it amusing. Okay, someone has slid into the server. Okay, no, that was gay asparagus. Thank you. Welcome to the server. Oh gosh. Okay, did I put anything in stream recommendations for like news to talk about? Oh, Abigail. Not Abigail. I just read Abigail on the screen. Drea posted a couple of links in here to some news stuff that we could talk about today. Let's see. excuse me, I don't really know that there's a lot to say about this, but like Iowa lawmakers passed bill removing trans civil rights protections. So they, previously had protections that said, yo, you can't discriminate on people based on their gender identity. And in this bill, they removed that probably, I'm guessing. Yes, they passed a bill to remove gender identity as a protected class in the state's Civil Rights Act. Democrats warned history wouldn't look kindly upon lawmakers for inviting a pressure of transgender Iowans. Yeah, I mean, it's fucking dumb. This is why we need constitutional protections. I was like, I don't know what else to add to that, really. Someone asked earlier, what did I think of the Democrat traitors in Congress? Who said that? Someone... I like read it and then I thought I was going to respond and then I forgot. What do you make of the Dem traitors in office right now? Which ones? Which one? And what are they doing? Betraying how? Pretty sure the only reason someone would have to dither when challenged to call in is they know they don't have a leg to stand on and don't want to be humiliated in public. Yeah, I'm not going to make that assumption here. This person is on Blue Sky and like I don't check Blue Sky every second, right? So this person, there have been some gaps where I'm like, this person is not even online right now to see that I responded to them. So, yeah, I'm not going to assume that this person is like a coward, but that does tend to be the case that there is, I'm like, hey, call in. And it seems like they're like, oh, well, I don't want to, or like, oh, whatever, I'm at work or something. Like, okay. But also, we had one person who was in the chat this week being shitty and transphobic, and someone was like, you should call in with that opinion and see what the hosts say. And she was like, I'm at work. And then someone was like, I thought you people were supposed to have a good work ethic. Why are you here? I was like, yeah, I bet. That's pretty funny. Yes, we did talk about the passport stuff. We watched Hunter Schafer's video. Jeffries needs to be kicked out from being the speaker. Yeah, I guess I haven't been paying attention to what any specific Democrats have been doing. I am trying to avoid the news when I'm not on the show, which is obviously makes me a little bit less prepared when I'm on the show, but I think sometimes it's nice to just kind of live respond to stuff. Like, oh my god, I didn't even know that happened this week kind of thing. I do not feel that one needs to be a coward to not want to be shown as wrong or less educated in a public forum. Yeah. I mean, yes, a lot of people can't handle their ideas being questioned in front of a crowd. But we'll see, if this person... I'm going to be on for like 3 more hours. We'll see. I'm going to keep an eye on it, see if there's new people coming in. I'm probably going to have to like verbally, if they do join, I might have to verbally be like, okay, so you have to click the emoji in order to get access, and then double click this thing in order to join yeah. Like, cause I have people join the waiting room and then I can pull people from the waiting room into the stream chat that I have set up here. I hope that that's all still set up infrastructure-wise, because I haven't changed it in a while. Good news from the Pacific Northwest. Thank you. That's excellent. Salmon returning to lay eggs in historic habitat after the largest dam removal project in U.S. history. Yeah, we've talked about this a little bit before because Kitty brings it up. Yeah, giant female Chinook salmon flips on her side in the shallow water, wriggling wildly, using her tail to carve out a nest in the riverbed. So this one's from November 16 last year. Basically in the Pacific Northwest, there are a bunch of dams, and so that slows the rivers down and basically makes it harder, and like it thins the rivers. So obviously that makes it harder for salmon to spawn in the rivers, but now salmon are returning. What has Hakeem Jeffries done specifically? Is there anything that I can respond to? Hakeem Jeffries? Everybody pissed at Hakeem Jeffries? He's the leader of the minority in the House of Representatives. Bro, okay, did you guys see I mean, it was like all anybody was talking about on Friday, it seems like, was the meeting between President Zelensky and Trump and JD Vance. That was crazy. The problem is Hakeem hasn't done anything. Okay, fair. True. But that was crazy. Like, to see some of it's like straight up gaslighting, controlling the conversation, controlling the narrative, denying that things happened that did happen, like telling telling Zelensky that he, like, oh man, so many things. I just don't even know what to focus on. Like, how do you even? The thing that was craziest to me, I think, was that JD Vance kept like interrupting President Zelensky and like speaking very loudly, and he was speaking loudly, and Zelensky started to respond, and he's like, "You think you're correct because you're just speaking loudly," and then Trump interrupted him and goes, "He's not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly," and I'm like, "You're just gaslighting everybody in front of you. Like, you can't tell me he's not speaking loudly because he literally is talking over me. He's using his projection and voice to speak over me and interrupt me repeatedly when I'm just trying to continue the friendship that I have had with the United States for the entirety of the war, basically." Hakeem refuses to take action, whines about not having a majority in the House so he can't do anything, and basically never takes a hard stance on anything. Yeah, I saw that AOC also, she posted on Blue Sky asking, like, what would you like to see Democrats do during, I think it was like during the State of the Union address. Like, there's supposed to be a State of the Union address soon. And basically, a lot of the responses that I saw were people saying, do a walkout and then host a press conference outside at the same time. Or like right after, maybe hold a press conference. And I think that's like a bare minimum. And I would like to see that. I would like to see the Democrats say, we can't participate in this process. I want them to abuse the shit out of the filibuster. Like, I want them to shout the word liar anytime they say a lie. Like, I want them to actively be a problem in small ways that, like, are you going to be removed from the room? Here's the thing. Have a different person each time shout liar if you're going to do that. So it's not the same. If it's the same person every time, then they can just remove that person. But if they shout liar once, are they going to remove them immediately? Then they're going to have to keep removing different people from the room. If you keep it going round table wise, or like if a different person says liar, then like maybe they will not remove everybody from the room. I don't know. Like, if one person says it and then another person says it and then another person says it, like, you, like, small things. I'm not telling you to like flip over the fucking desk in the White House Oval Office. I'm not asking you to like throw a Molotov cocktail or anything. That would be crazy, right? I'm just saying that they could be disruptive in minor ways that would still be making some kind of statement. Or like, do they not have security? Can they? No, not a walkout during session, a walkout during the State of the Union address. The State of the Union address is coming up soon, and we're talking about a walkout for that. Because I know that sometimes they will just hold votes even though all of the people are not there. That's not what I'm suggesting. It seemed to me like Trump and Vance had their agenda planned out beforehand in the conversation with Zelensky, like it was almost acting off of a script. Yeah, it was so strange. But even in the midst of me trying not to pay attention, I watched it. So it's like, I guess that it's good, like, engagement farming in that way. Like, I was trying not to pay attention to the news, but I like Zelensky enough that I wanted to see. That's really why, ultimately, I was like, I like Zelensky. Have you seen Mary Trump's videos? No. Didn't she write a book about him, though? My sister was telling me about it. The issue specifically with Jeffries is that he's the speaker, or that like he represents the minority in the House. Yeah, I agree. So obviously we have a problem with the Democratic Party as a whole, but Hakeem Jeffries is like supposed to be able to take a leadership position, and he's just kind of rolling over and like, oh, I can't do anything. You can. And also, like, it is so clear that the opposition does not care about the procedure and the rule of law, and I don't understand why Democrats are so married to it either anymore. But whatever. Like, just apparently do whatever you want. Because you can just, like, if you're in the position, I guess, of being in charge of the country, then anything you say goes, apparently, is how it fucking goes. Zelensky is literally just a guy that's cool and got put in this position. I mean, you know, he won the election and then the war broke out, and the random guy asking why Zelensky wouldn't wear a suit was crazy. I love his response to that, though. He was like, okay, I will wear a costume when the war is over. But I actually think that it's a really good thing, because he's representing, like, I'm a guy who's getting things done. I'm wearing the clothes of a person who has shit to do. I'm the kind of person who doesn't have, like, time to put on a suit, and, like, I could ruin my suit doing the type of work that I need to be doing right now. Like, I think his uniform right now is the perfect uniform of a leader who is in a war-torn country and is trying to still participate in diplomacy to an extent. It would feel so fake for him to wear a suit. Like, he's like, I got shit to do. I don't have, like, it is not on the cards for me to participate in this, the virtue signaling of wearing a suit. Yeah, holding to the rules only counts if the other team does it. Like, apparently there are no rules. Just do shit. Just do things. It turns out when you can write laws that you can decide what's legal and what's not. And, like, why has no one been like, let's arrest Elon? Are they so, like, even calling for it, even if they don't have the power to have him arrested, to say he needs to be arrested? That is, like, even saying that out loud would be a good thing to do. And then guess what? If the fascist government retaliates against you for saying so, just saying, like, this person is breaking the law and should be arrested because he's breaking the law, then you can say, like, yo, I got arrested for just saying that someone else is breaking the law and should be arrested. Because Trump did say, or I think it was Trump who was like, or one of his people or something said that, you know, he basically gets to dictate what the law is. You know, that the executive is going to determine what the law is, and other people speaking on this are like doing treason or something. What did his outfit look like? Okay, Zelensky meeting. I mean, I don't know, like, it's what he always wears. He's always wearing, like, the same thing, which is typically like a relatively tight-fitting long-sleeve shirt and pants, and he often wears black. Like, this is just what I'm used to seeing him in. This is how he is operating as a world leader who is defending his country from a foreign invasion. The suit thing is the only thing I agree with. I'm not gonna perform. I'm not gonna virtue signal with a suit when my country is, like, being invaded and I could need at any moment to be on the front lines. You know what I mean? Like, it just is so silly. Derek said something about this. Where is Derek? Let's see. What did he say? Okay, yeah, so there's been a lot of chatter about Zelensky's meeting with Trump, about the suit. Commentary on Twitter is surrounding whether Zelensky is disrespectful by not wearing a suit to the meeting. There are hundreds of tweets at this point. I'm only showing this one, capturing the MAGA sentiment, saying his wardrobe is a direct reflection of the lack of respect Zelensky has for our country, period. One reason why, so Derek is saying, one reason why I think respectability is stupid is because it's often used as a mask. Such judgments are rarely about the clothes themselves, but more about the bodies beneath them. To wit, no one raised an issue when Elon wore a graphic t shirt and ball cap to meet the Trump cabinet. Right, like this is more casual than how Zelensky is dressed. Zelensky is still dressed very respectfully, very modestly. The lines are very trim and clean. His clothing is clean, versus like this disgusting mess here. Um, as a general matter, I also dislike the idea of respectability in dress because the concept is often unevenly applied. It bothered me to see Vance smirking during this moment as he supposedly champions the forgotten working poor who are most often shamed because of these concepts. Looking at how we view hoodies, like on Mark Zuckerberg, the hoodie is a symbol of whiz kid meritocracy breaking norms and developing the new economy. But on people like Trayvon Martin, the hoodie is sometimes seen as proof of criminality. Again, because it's about the bodies beneath the clothes. One might note that Zelensky is the Ukrainian president, not some Appalachian coal miner, and he's meeting with the American president to ask for money. Thus, it's incumbent upon him to wear a suit. For what it's worth, it's perhaps worth noting that when Benjamin Franklin visited France between 1776 and 78 to ask for military support for the then newly formed United States of America, he wore a coonskin cap. Quote, proper French court attire at this time would have been a powdered wig. At the time, French elites were fascinated with the idea of a, quote, backwoods philosopher, so Franklin strategically played up his rustic American roots. The coonskin cap, of course, was something of a symbol of the American frontier, and the trick worked. He charmed the French with this hat. It's not a one-to-one comparison, as Americans have no fascination with the quarter zips, but people who insist that Zelensky should have worn a suit should answer a very simple question. Would Trump and MAGA have a different position on Ukraine if Zelensky wore a suit this entire time? See, this is the question. It's the only thing I laughed at during that meeting. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, so like that's the question ultimately. Would their position on Ukraine be any different, or is this just an excuse they can use to latch onto as the reason why they've decided that they don't want to support Ukraine or whatever? Okay, so this question, like, okay, if you think that yes, they would have a different position on Ukraine, then I think the Trump and MAGA movement, sorry, if that is the case, then the Trump and MAGA movement is stupid. Like, matters of geopolitics should not be affected by issues of fashion. But if you say no, then I think we agree that it's just a pretense, and Trump's position on Ukraine is not about clothes. Oh my goodness. Just got a weird thing in my ankle. Oh gosh, I think I might need to take a quick little break. First of all, I'm kind of warm, but also I need to pee. I'll put this back on when I get back. So hold on, give me a sec. Okay, I'm back. Hi. I'm taking myself a little break because I do actually get like overheated when I'm wearing a hat. I'll put it back on. But yeah, here's where we're getting to the thing that I thought was really worth noting about Derek's thread. He says, the biggest reason why I dislike the idea of respectability in dress is because it conflates the appearance of virtue with actual virtue. Wearing a suit doesn't make you respectful, intelligent, or capable, just as wearing a leather jacket doesn't make you rugged. Many people are unable to separate clothes from character, which is how the fashion industry makes so much money. They sell you on the idea that you can be a certain person by wearing certain clothes, where in reality, character is defined by action. Lastly, there's a difference between how you choose to dress versus how you view others based on attire. I think it's fine if you say you would wear a suit if you were in Zelensky's position. However, I think it's stupid to say that he is disrespectful for not wearing a suit. Zelensky's character can be judged more directly by how he treats others and whether you think he's protecting his country. From what I've seen, he has treated Americans with respect. His attire is to remind people he's at war, not unlike Churchill wearing a siren suit to the White House in 1942. Yeah, so I just think that that's a really good point. Yeah, bonus invisible hat. You know? Here, let's do this. It's technically on. Yeah, and they cried about Obama wearing a tan suit because it's a respectability politics thing. Also, yeah, Trump being small brained and vindictive, so sensitive to the slightest, even like imagined disrespect. Yeah, also, fashion policing is an obvious distraction. When people are out here dying, everybody talking about clothes is avoiding the real issue. Mm-hmm. Yep. So it's just kind of. Yeah, and then, yeah, of course, Elon is allowed to be all business casual. It's not even business casual. Does it become business casual if you just throw on an ill fitting suit jacket over a casual graphic tee? I don't know. I always thought business casual was more like you can wear a polo shirt instead of a button down that's pressed, you know? Hello, Mr. Baby. Reminder to everybody, if you're just coming in, uh, the thing today is any donation of $5 or more will get me to change my hat into a different hat. So I've gone through like 6 hats so far. Business lazy? True. Is that a paper hat? No, this one it's just one of these things that comes down over your ears like this, but I was getting too hot, so I'm wearing it up here. Excuse me. Seeing how Trump treated Zelensky was enough to make at least one of my relatives openly call him a Putin puppet. And considering that's a business guy from rural South Louisiana, that's probably saying something. Yeah, I think that is the main thing that Trump accomplished was to make himself look like a Russian agent or like a Russian sympathizer. He almost made it seem like, oh, he's like, oh, what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk to Putin and get him to wind the war down. I'm going to speak to him directly. And they're talking about like a ceasefire. And man, this was one of the other moments that just like threw me for an absolute loop is trying to pose the question of like, what happens if Russia breaks the ceasefire? Like, because Russia is invading Ukraine, that's been evident for years. So if that is the case, then they probably are not going to honor the terms of a ceasefire. They probably are going to continue their invasion. And they like laughed it off, or Trump was like, "What if anything?" Or JDV, I can't remember who it was. One of the two of them was like, "What if anything?" What if whatever, which is crazy. Like it was wild watching the abuse tactics, just like rapid fire coming through, like denying that someone is shouting when they're shouting, um, refusing to engage with the question by basically saying like, well, anything could happen. What if anything? Like, well, what I'm trying to discuss with you is specifically what if Russia doesn't honor the ceasefire, and I'm asking for you to have a plan for if that happens, rather than just being like, well, anything could happen. That's not my fault. GOP also always discussing Democratic women's outfits as well. Yeah. Embarrassing behavior. Salmon, good stuff. Oh, also, yeah, this was something else that Drea shared in the Discord, that there has been a proposed bill which it says it was introduced in the House in January, but I guess the text of the bill only just became available, or I don't know if they didn't even file this until recently, but they're defining life as being like beginning at conception. And so interestingly, it specifies in here that like this should not be used to authorize any prosecution of any woman for the death of her unborn child, which like that seems like it would apply to abortion, but I'm like, of course it probably wouldn't in practice. The abuse tactics is why I feel it was scripted. They went in there with the absolute intent of belittling, threatening, trying to cow a great man into giving up his resources. Yeah, Trump just wants. I can't say what he wants, but like it seems like, yeah, Ukraine having mineral wealth would make it ripe for the sacking. Oh, it's so they go after the doctors. Okay, so they're gonna open up the door to criminalizing the doctors who provide the abortions and not the pregnant people themselves. Cool. All right. They always come up with a million different ways to accomplish the same goal. Ugh. What if they do the same thing they did last time? Well, what if the moon falls into Lake Michigan? Yeah, Pepega. Oh god. So it was really difficult yesterday, but I succeeded in like barely being on social media. Like barely. I think a couple of times I caved, or I mean maybe I like clicked into the social media before I thought about it. Like I went to Facebook and then I was like, "Oh shit, I'm not supposed to be here." Or like I just looked really quick to see what the comments were, but it didn't respond to any of them. Uh so I tried my very best to do like a zero social media day yesterday, just because I was like, I need to purge. And honestly, I felt great. I felt great all day. I don't feel as good this morning because I woke up this morning and I opened up Facebook while I was still in bed, and that's a problem. But I just recommend, if there to any capacity that you're capable of doing so, like here's the two things that I'm trying to do. So I don't want every single day to be zero social media, because obviously I still am in contact with my friends and stuff through social media. But one thing I'm trying to do is I want to be intentional about being on my devices. So if I'm going to come scroll Facebook, I want to like set myself a timer, but mostly I don't want to get on my computer to scroll Facebook. I want to be like, okay, I'm going to pick up my phone because I want to check my email, and then I'll turn my phone off. Or like, I'm going to pull up my self-care app and like do that for a few minutes and then put the phone back down. And I'm trying not to get stuck in the loop of just getting stuck on the phone. This is kind of new for me though. This is not like, it's not like I've been doing this for weeks and I can tell you how it's been going. I'm just now trying to find a way to have a more healthy response, because I think I got so stressed this week that my symptoms were all over the place and I was having a hard time eating. Like a very sudden drop in my appetite for like 2 days this week. And I think it's because I I feel physically unsafe, not like in a rational way. Like I know that I'm physically safe right this moment, but the looming idea that we don't know what's going to happen in the future, and the fact that I'm having thoughts like they can't get all of us, right? Like they can't get all of us, which made me laugh when I had that thought because then it reminded me of the Area 51 thing. But yeah, I tend to check my phone when I shower, so I have a hard cutoff. Sure. Yeah, I'm having to limit engagement with political content and watching far less of it just to preserve my own mental health. I just get angry and upset. Yeah. And I think a lot of people are doing this thing now of, because we feel so frustrated, I'm not the only person out here who's trying to do things that we do have control over. Like investing in our friendships, investing in our communities. Like the person I'm becoming friends with a person at the same community garden that I am at. We have a lot of the same values. They, I think, are taking some of their passionate feelings about what's going on in the world and they want to channel that into the earth, right? And I think that that's a very good thing to do. Getting offline when possible. I want to stay informed to like the minimum that is necessary. And it's good to take the opportunity. It's like information, right? And that's something that I want to acknowledge. It's information and it's kind of like learning. Like, so you're seeking new information because it's giving you a kind of reward in your brain, right? So if you can give yourself other information to consume, because that's the thing. I think a lot of the time when we talk about unplugging, we are talking about replacing it with something completely unlike what we have been doing. So we're talking about like putting the phone completely away, getting completely off the internet, turning the thing completely off. And I think maybe what we should do is, first of all, anything that we do, we need to do in moderation. So we do need to consume some news, just probably not as much, right? But if you're trying to replace the habit of seeking information, then something you could work into it maybe is like consuming a different kind of content that is still information dense. Like I have been listening to Decoding the Unknown with Simon Whistler because it's like, you know, it's still facts and information because they tend to talk about like, okay, here we're going to talk about the Sphinx in Egypt and the fact that we still don't know very much about it. But here's what we do know about the history of it. Here are the various people who have commented on it throughout history. And it's not really connected. Obviously, a lot of the Simon Whistler shows talk about Nazi stuff, which feels bad because it feels like what we are going through right now. But there is a bunch of stuff that's unrelated. So I'm not saying you need to listen specifically to Decoding the Unknown, but I'm just saying learn something or consume information that is not political news, you know? You don't need to spend the same amount of time doing that or whatever. Maybe, again, like mix in some time where you're completely off the computer, but you need to like, it's kind of like when you have a stim or like a tick and you have a hard time not doing it. Like I chew on my lip. That's why my lips are chapped all the time, because I nervously like chew on them and I pull the skin off like with my teeth. I mean, sometimes I'm sitting here with my fingers like pulling it off too. It's an anxious behavior, right? It's going to be hard to just straight up stop that behavior. What will probably be more effective is if I replace it with something else. Like if I start chewing gum, like it'll keep my mouth occupied. It would probably be a good replacement or something, whatever your thing is that you're doing. It's best to just replace it with a less harmful or less impactful behavior. So instead of not doom scrolling at all, maybe like I just made a new account on a website that I already had an account on and I followed a completely different set of people. Like maybe you have a Tumblr account where you only follow vampire fanfiction or something. I don't know. But like you can also do that where you curate one of your social media feeds. And like on Blue Sky even, I just want to point this out. So like on Blue Sky, I have these other feeds that I follow. So like obviously we have following, popular with friends, discover. I also follow COVID past 24 hours news. There's the mutuals tab, science tab, gardening tab. Gardening tab you need in your life. You know, you need to just look at things that are growing. There's nothing that gives you more hope than watching the ground sprout things and like food and like beautiful plants and flowers and stuff. Like this is one of the things that you can do is you can just create feeds within your system or like create an account to specifically follow channels that do not do the politics shit, because that's the problem with my my YouTube account. I basically use my one YouTube account to consume all of the different content that I consume, but I am seriously considering using an alternate YouTube account to follow the stuff that I enjoy so that I do not get recommended the political content at all on that account. Like, I don't know how else, because like YouTube, even though I personally would not define it as a social media, it is still like a trickle of information, and even the headlines can impact you. So even the titles and thumbnails can impact you if you see stuff about the Nazis, or if you see Trump's face, or if you see Elon's face in the thumbnail. You know, it would be nice to not have to confront that sometimes. I'm a chronic nail biter and it's terrible. I used to nail bite. Yeah, I don't do it anymore. I don't really know what happened. I do still sometimes chew like the hard skin on the edges, but thankfully I don't chew my nails anymore. I segregated the links to social media apps on my phone to their own screen, which reminded me to not use them. Yeah, just create an extra step just to create like a little bit more difficulty. Breaking up accounts also makes you harder to profile. Yeah, I guess it makes it harder to advertise to you. I just realized I was chewing on my lip when you pointed that out. I also chew on the inside of my mouth because I think it started when I had braces, because braces, obviously, they're a little bit abrasive on the inside of your mouth. So I would just have these like kind of irritated spots. So now, to this day, still, if you ever see me like, that's because I'm like, I'm like eating the inside of my own mouth, basically. Does YouTube Premium extend to your additional profiles? See, that I don't know. That's a great question. You know, I'm gonna assume that it doesn't, but that is a very good question. I think, like, some of the accounts can be tied to the same email, but, like, some of them are not on the same email. It depends on how you signed up for it. Nope, they do not, does not transfer over to an account that is under a different email. If you have a connected account that is under the same email, then yes, but otherwise, no. YouTube live streams are definitely social media. I could see that, I guess. I mean, like, in the sense that other types of social media also host lives and, like, you know, the nature of being able to interact. I guess I just always think of social media as more being a thing where, like, people are posting stuff, whereas, like, YouTube is kind of exclusively, like, brands posting stuff. I mean, like, and by that, I mean, like, even I am a brand, but it's not really a thing where like most users of the site are posting their own content, if that makes any sense. I guess, I mean, there's not like a clear dividing line, and I'm not going to say like it definitely isn't social media, but it just doesn't feel to me the same, because it just seems like it's more focused on like a parasocial creator dynamic, whereas social media to me feels a little bit more equitable, if that makes any sense. Yeah, you can create. Yeah, and I do have an account connected to the main one. Skeptoideus points out that you can also set up the family thing, paying $25 account for basically 5 premium accounts. I've sometimes had targeted ads after I just thought about something. It's probably because you were thinking about it because of something else that you saw, and it was like, because maybe it already advertised it to you a couple days ago and you didn't realize it or something. It is very frequently that I'll have a song stuck in my head and I'll be like, why is that song stuck in my head? I did not listen to it or think about it in any way. And my husband's like, oh, I was whistling that earlier. But I didn't even clock that he was whistling it. And then later it's stuck in my head. I hear that zit picking is a self harm behavior, but I'm not sure. I don't think, I mean, I guess like technically it can hurt you, but I don't think you're doing it for the same reasons that people do self harm. I do know that Amazon uses Alexa to listen in and feed you ads. Yeah. I think that maybe it does that on the phone too. Cause I was talking about something with my partner the other day, and then I like pulled open Amazon to look up that item or movie or whatever, and it like knew what I wanted immediately. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, so you're just listening all the time. That's great. I feel like YouTube doesn't have the wide hyperconnectivity that social media normally does. Yeah. It's interesting though, like how much other forms of social media are starting to, and I'm not even starting to, but like how far in the process they are of copying the format of YouTube. Like Facebook started out as a thing where people were posting things about their life, and now it is a place where influencers can make money, you know? And the same is with, TikTok. Maybe TikTok never really started out as like, well, I don't know. I guess TikTok is the same, like the people just sharing stuff about their lives. And then it also happens to be that like major influencers can arise on the platform. Instagram's the same thing. You have now Instagram creators and lives and very famous people using that platform. Like, what was it, Serena Williams or something? I just saw a little clip of her live streaming. And then when she found out that people were sending her actual money during the live stream, she ended the show. She was like, no, don't send me money. That's not right. Or no, no, no. That was the wrong name. Who am I thinking of? Sabrina Rebecca Black. No, I don't know. Not Selena. Not Serena Williams. That was I'm thinking of a musician. I don't know. I'm finally out of touch. I don't know who all these new musicians and creators are. I don't have any clue. I'm like, okay, I think I can most of the time recognize Ariana Grande. If I see her face, I'll be like, okay, I know who that is. Uh, I can recognize JoJo Siwa, but most of these other people, I'm like, who the fuck is that? Yeah, I just highly recommend following anything that you can. If you can get something like a gardening feed, or flowers, or like a cats only or like pets only feed, spend at least part of your day just consuming positive content, or even interesting content, engaging content. It was not Billie Eilish. I do recognize Billie Eilish. I know who she is. Yeah, definitely recommend taking the time. Ethel Kane. No, I think it was like Sabrina Carpenter or someone very similar to that. Or like, yeah, one of these young female singers. I like watching biology and astronomy videos. Yeah. And I like thinking about science stuff too, I think science stuff is good to learn about and think about. I'll watch like a Star Talk video if it crosses my timeline. Sabrina the Teenage Witch. True. And I've been watching the Star Wars movies, like a bunch of different not Chapel Roan. Okay, stop guessing. I know who. Okay. Yes, but like interesting stuff that you care enough about to like keep engaged for a little while, and you can feel afterwards like you learned something, that you can then go and tell people and talk about. Or maybe you learn something that you can apply in your life, right? Like that's one of the things that is good to aspire toward as well, is improving yourself by improving what skills you have access to and and all that kind of shit. Daffodils? Oh man, the daffodils are starting to come in. I go on walks near where I live, um, and the daffodils are coming, and I'm like, oh, I'm so happy. I love the dandelions are coming up. Boy, I love dandelions. Oh, and also I went to my garden plot this week, and there's a big rosemary plant on my plot, and it is covered in bees right now. Like it has these beautiful purple flowers. Let me pull up a picture. Hold on. Afternoon. Welcome in. Um, hold on. What was I? Let's see. Okay, let's pull up a good picture. Okay, so this is like a big rosemary. Like this is a ton of rosemary growing, but it's kind of hard to see. So like if you look up close, they have these beautiful delicate flowers. They're very small. Like if you know how big um rosemary is, right? This one has like there's some other, is that rosemary too? But yeah, so if you know how big a rosemary sprig is, you know how small these flowers are. They're very delicate flowers. Just absolutely beautiful. So that's something that's very exciting for me this week. I have St. John's wort in my yard, and I love it when it blooms because the bumblebees come out and go to town on it for like 2 weeks straight. Yeah, nice. Selena Gomez? It was Selena Gomez. I figured it out. I remembered who it was. It was Selena Gomez on Instagram. Can you cook with rosemary? Yeah, of course. I use rosemary when I make soup. Rosemary is good for soup. I mean, it sort of depends on what format it takes, right? Um, you can also take a sprig of rosemary and like put that in with something that you're cooking, and then you can pull it out at the end so that all the flavors infuse and all the oils get in, but you don't have like a plant to chew on. But yeah, I mean, I have a container of rosemary that I bought at the store that is just like a bunch of the leaves they're dried whole, so it's not the best texture wise. If you were to sprinkle it dry on top of something, you wouldn't want to do that. But if you put it in something where it can soften uh, through the cooking process, like absorb some moisture, that's rosemary is really good. Rosemary is also it's associated with memory. I don't know that this is something that's been studied, but it is like a very interesting historical fact that it will like scholars used to wear a sprig of rosemary around their neck when they were taking an exam to help with their memory. When I made this little spell bottle for my cat 1 year after he died. It contains some herbs and some of his whisker sheds and some of his claw sheds. And one of the herbs that I put in there was rosemary because I figured like rosemary being associated with memory is like, I'm putting the spirit of, remembering the relationship with my cat in it. So yeah, it's also apparently rosemary in some historical context was associated with the dominance of the woman of the house, which I just find interesting. But I took a couple of rosemary sprigs off when I was there this week, and I'm gonna take some string and like tie it together and then hang it somewhere in my kitchen as just like a nice little. I specifically grabbed a couple of the sprigs that had flowers on them, so I'll just have like some of these. It probably won't give off very strong smell, but these are just the ways that I like decorating my house. I'll just bring plants in from outside and decorate my house. I'm starting a new terrarium, um, and recently we had a lot of really intense wind here. That happens sometimes, apparently. And so some of the branches get knocked off and stuff. And since I've already mentioned that all of the trees in this area have moss all over them, um, there were like just sticks on the ground that had moss. And I'm just like stealing sticks off the ground that have mosses that look cool. And I'm like putting them in my new little terrarium. Yeah. I don't know what St. John's wort looks like. What is St. John's wort. Let me see some images. Ooh, yellow. Ooh, that looks so pretty. Aw, that's nice. Oh man, I love plants. According to Bayonetta, Rosemary is also a demon repellent. True. Rosemary is a nice name. I know someone named Rosemary. Nice. We should increase the number of plant related and nature related names, you know? Like we have Summer. Like Summer is not even that uncommon of a name. And Autumn, I've met someone who I think their birth name was Autumn. It wasn't like they named themselves Autumn, but you never see someone named Spring. You never see someone called Winter. I don't think I've ever known anybody whose given name is Winter. Later, Skeptoidius, have a good night. Oh, and again, so, okay, should we change the title of the stream? I don't know, like, let's try something new is not performing very well. There's 40 viewers, which is good, but I want to make sure if I keep plugging, like, hey, if you give me a $5 or more donation, I will change into a different hat. I just want to not be telling that repeatedly to the same group of people. I'm wondering if I should change the title. I worked with a winter. Okay, cool. I've known a couple winters. Neat. St. John's wort is an incredibly hardy plant. I've had it in my yard for 20 years, and the only time any of it got damaged was when we made the mistake of spraying a wasp nest built in there. Basil. Yeah, Basil is a name that is like, yeah, it's a male name. Herb Kazaz. I see a lot of April, May, and June. Yeah, Summer Glau. She played River in Firefly, yes? I don't know anyone named Spring, but the spring months make pretty names. That's true. You've got like Lily, very common. Violet, pretty common. Rose, occasionally. Rosemary, sometimes, yeah. Let's see. What are some other plants that we do name? Lilac. I'm sure someone is out there called Lilac. My neck is sore. Man, being over the age of 30 is hard. I'm turning 31. By the way, it's my birthday month. Happy March. My birthday is at the end of the month, but I claim the entirety of March. So happy birthday month to me. I'm about to turn 31. Daisy. Yeah, you've got Daisy. Marigold. I'm sure that there's someone out there named Marigold. I went to school with two people. One of them was named Stormy and one of them was named Sunny. Their parents were hilarious in my opinion because their last name was Day. Sunny Day, Stormy Day. That's crazy. You're tripping if you name your kids like that. Like, honestly, that's rude. Like, you gotta be tripping. That's crazy. Technically, Morgan means creek or river. Nice. My birth month is May, so I always get the big summer blockbusters coming out. Nice. That's a good birthday present. I was just asking Silent when would be the optimal time for me to come up and visit Seattle. And she said that the month of like in late March, early April is when the cherry blossoms bloom. So that was her recommendation. And I was like, dang, that's a good idea. Marigold was the name of a PC in the last D&D game I played when I was a player and not a GM. Nice. Marigold. Iggy Azalea. Isn't Azalea a plant? I think so. Sorry, I had to take the hat off because I'm just like warm and I haven't gotten a new donation for a while, so. But if we get another donation, I'll put on a different hat. Barb as in rhubarb. I think Barb, I always see Barb as being short for Barbara. Japanese has the name Hasu, which means lotus, and Sakura, meaning cherry blossom. I didn't know Hasu. That's good. Like lotus. Obviously, I knew Sakura is a name. Oh my god. My cat is just snoring really loud right now. Are you snoring loud? Oh, are you a baby? Oh man, his face is like twitching and everything. He's fully asleep. I'd oblige, but I'm worried I'm dissuading others from donating. Yeah, like in a box, I'll just keep it covered. What should we retitle the stream to? If I retitle the stream right now, mm, like I want to invite more people here, but I don't want to be entirely dishonest about what kind of show we're doing today. Is this person still not joined the Discord? Man, I was like, hey, go find the link on my website, and they're like such a coward, dude. Dude, so I said, okay, I told this person, TBH, we don't block people from calling in to our shows for no reason. We do take oppositional callers repeatedly over the course of months if they're able to participate honestly. So this doesn't bode well for our conversation, but I'm live right now and you can find the link on my website to the Discord. And this person said, I used to call in regularly, but it's hard to have good faith conversations where reality is totally distorted. Like, okay, hold on. Okay, so you're just saying I'm fundamentally incapable of having a good faith discussion, which is a really convenient reason to not be in to not be in my Discord right now. We're waiting for you on stream. We'll see what happens. If we get a debate, then I'll put like woo woo. I'll put the sirens and then the word debate in the title and see what happens. Willow, okay. Willow, also a good name. Fucking Matthew, I know. We took Matthew's calls for a long time. I swear to God, if it's just Matthew, I will lose my shit laughing. This person is being way more rude than um this person is being way more rude than Matthew was. And also this person specifically said that Arden, Matt, and Jimmy made sure that I was blocked when I'm the one who said Matthew is not allowed back. I said, no, we're not taking Matthew's calls anymore. So I don't know why if it was Matthew, if you wouldn't just be like, you said I'm blocked from the channel. Sage also has been used as a name. Yeah, Sage. I'm just letting this side of my head cool down. I have lots of hair. What if I just put coward won't debate me? Let's see. Coward won't debate me, Lamau. Okay, there we went. Just change the title. We'll see if that results in some more clicks. Just come hang out with me, you know? Is this the first stream since moving? Oh, no. Transcat Dad, I started streaming again in the beginning of February. So I think that I've basically been consistent with my twice a week schedule the entirety of last month. I may have missed one. But yeah, no. I'm the primary income right now. So my partner is doing his very best to look for a job. And yeah, Definitely would not have been an option for me to just not stream last month. Coward won't debate me. I'm not familiar with who this actress is that died at age 39, but um every time a young actor dies, or like any actor under the age of 60 who dies right now, I'm like, that's why you don't want to catch COVID. All of these people who are dying much younger than normal, like, I'm pretty sure that this is a surge of excess deaths caused by COVID, especially among young people, youngish people. Algorithm was hiding you for a bit. Geez. Yeah. It sucks when people are like literally subscribed, but they don't get notifications. Michelle Trachtenberg, she played Buffy's sister. Yeah, I've not seen, because I never watched Buffy, so I didn't know who that was. But it just makes me feel good about my decisions to continue masking and all that shit. Clover, yeah, Clover. You don't really see many people named Clover. There's, I don't know how common of a name it actually is, but Hollyhock, BoJack Horseman, like Holly. Holly might be more common than Hollyhock explicitly. Michelle Trachtenberg also hosted some horror-themed TV show I remember watching as a kid. Belladonna. Ooh, yes, Belladonna. I like that we're just throwing out plant names that are also human names. My hair looks so much better when I part it this way. I hate it that it just naturally looks so good on this side of my head when like I'm like trying to even out the fact that my nose goes this direction. I know a Holly too. I guess I know a lot of plant people. Lots of plant people out there. What's something else that's going on this week that we should talk about? Anything else interesting while we wait for this chud to not join my Discord? Your nose is not noticeable. Well, the reason why my nose is not noticeable is because I set up my camera over here. But like it's like I'm trying to even out my face, right? Because like there's a lot more of my face on this side of my face. So if I put my hair over here, then it like evens out my appearance a little, you know? Ashley roughly means place where ash trees grow. Yeah, and a lot of people go by the name Ash. Anyway. Heather, yes. There you go. Did y'all hear about this trans woman in West Hollywood who got jailed for pepper spraying some guy who attacked her? 30K bail. Yeah, that's why you have to be really careful if you use pepper spray. You know, because you can be portrayed as the aggressor because it's a ranged weapon. And this is legally speaking, it seems like in self-defense cases you have to go all the way with it, and that's like legally the best result. I don't know, but yeah, that's crazy. I didn't actually hear about it until you just mentioned, though. um I got a French AF nose, so I don't tend to notice noses that aren't like extremely disproportionate. Fair enough. Outside a box. Thank you for the $20 donation. They said, shh. Thank you. Yeah, trans people, yeah, are always going to be portrayed as the attacker for defending themselves. All the comments are all like, "Oh, they're mentally ill and aggressive." It's like the thing about homeless people. Like if you attack a homeless person, like literally that guy who choked a homeless person to death on the subway in New York. Um like people are like, "Well, yeah, you shouldn't be homeless." You know what I mean? Like people are basically like, "Well, homeless people, they deserve it. They're so unstable." And so it's a similar thing with trans people where they're like, "Oh, they're so unstable, so they probably started it, whatever." There's an assumption that the trans person started it or that the homeless person started it or whatever. Yeah, the reason why it works that way is because if the other party is present to state a different version of events, then that complicates the process. Yes, true. Self defense is a privilege. Self defense is a privilege afforded to white men and almost no one else. Are all plant names that are also people's names exclusively female? No, because we did mention Basil and Herb. So, like Herb Kazaz from Bojack Horseman, which might not be a very popular name, but it is a male name. And then Basil, like Basil Exposition from Austin Powers. So, like, I'm thinking of fictional people, of course, but exactly, yeah. Like, "Oh, black homeless people make me scared, and white ex military dudes murdering them helps me feel safe," says the average American. I would like to think that it's not possible to get choked to death by a random person in a subway, but, like, that's not the world we live in. Yes, Ashley was a male name originally. Uh, uh, Evil Dead. His name is Ashley. By the way, I'll debate you, but we don't disagree on anything. Yeah, it's hard to do calls with people that you totally agree with sometimes. I'm really just trying to bully this person into joining my Discord so that I can bully them on stream. June can also be a male name. Oh, okay. I've never heard that before. Like, I've never heard June being used as a male name. Basil Rathbone, famous portrayer of Sherlock Holmes. Yeah. Have you read The Grapes of Wrath? It's a must read for socialists right now. No, I haven't. Um, although I am getting back into, like, I want to start reading more often. It's actually on like my list of things to do this year is to read one book each month. I got most of the way through reading a book in January, and then we moved and I had to return it to the library. And then February I just didn't get my ass together and like get a library card. So now I have a library card, and so I'm going to play catch up. I still need to finish my January book. I need to read an entire February book, and now it's March. And I have to read an entire March book, so I have to catch up soon. So Grapes of Wrath can go on the list. Republican rule number 14, the act of being is what condones the act of harm. Basically, it feels like I just exist as a queer person, and they want to be like, that's a problem. It's like Arden and I were talking about it on Takis. We were like, we would love to just go live on a commune and be away from people. And I'm like, the problem is, like, we could be doing that. We could be doing that, and we could even be appropriately paying all of our taxes. We could be, like, let's say we start a commune. And so, in order to share the land, we start a nonprofit that we all have partial ownership of, or we start a company that everybody has partial ownership of. And we're operating above board and we're doing it legally. We're in the right zoning. We pay property taxes and whatever. We could be doing everything right, and basically living a separatist life, except that we still are under the jurisdiction of the US government. And let's say we're following all their laws, we respect the local tax laws and everything, they will still send in a drone, or they will still send in boots to come get us. This is the thing that's so fucked up about a situation like this, is like, genuinely, I don't want to have anything to do with Republicans. I don't want to take away Christianity. I don't want to like bother with these people at all. I just want to grow my own food, have my own chickens, make art and content, and love who I love, and that's it. And that is intolerable to this system. And that's the thing that's so fucked up and like crazy about it, is like, we should be able to just be like, whatever, bye. Like, I'm going to just do my own thing. But that in and of itself is the thing that these people consider the problem, weirdly enough. It's frustrating because, like, yeah, I am talking to people who are like, we would like to start a commune, at least in theory. We're, in real life, I'm meeting people who have like, who are not directly in the trans community. They might know people who are trans, but like, I've met people in real life recently who are like, yes, I like the idea of doing the commune. Arden likes the idea of doing the commune. Like, my friend who I'm trying to convince to move up here, like, him and his girl like the idea of owning land and having a homestead and working like in that capacity where you're like supporting yourself and working cooperatively and collaboratively. And like, the idea that we could like not even declare ourselves formally separated from the US in a way that would engender controlling violence from that system still. Yeah, the problem is queer people existing, period. Yes to commune. Yeah. I don't actually like the idea of living on a commune, but I'm like, if I had enough friends, like, I guess that's the thing, is like, is it really a commune if it's only people that you're directly friends with already? But if I could convince Arden and Matt to move up here, that would be awesome. If I could convince my friend, I love the idea of a commune, but as someone who is disabled, I don't even know what I'd contribute. So here's my thing. Okay, here's my thing about how you live cooperatively in a village. I'm saying village instead of commune because I kind of think it serves the same purpose, but it has more of a homey feel to it, right? So let's say we have the village. There are a lot of jobs that need to be done. And disabled people are still capable and interested in performing. Like, I am capable and interested in performing certain things. I can't do any roof work. I can't work in the attic ever. There's only so much I can lift and stuff like that. I need to be careful with my cardio, right? So there are things that I am limited by, and I am still fairly capable physically, but someone who isn't capable physically might be able to do stuff like make the schedule of tasks for that week. Or they might be able to do childcare, or they might be able to make phone calls to services outside the commune if they need to be done. Like, let's say we need a plumber. They could be the one in charge of organizing the finances. They could be the one making the meal plan for the week. You could even take part in some of the production process. Like, let's say you have a disability where you have to sit down, but you can still use your hands. You could help like wrap up cheeses after the cheeses are done aging. You could help chop vegetables for cooking. Like, there are so many different types of human work that need to be done. And so there will be people who are physically capable, who are laborers. I'm capable of some amount of labor, physical labor, that I would do. Like, I am capable of carrying things and walking and all that stuff. But there are so many different types of skills that need to be done. Maybe even all you do is like, when things need to be planted, and you have all the knowledge about like when we should start seeds indoors, and all you do is help schedule those tasks, and then other people carry them out. Like, regardless, I'm sure there's something, which is to say, and I know that like that probably is me still operating within the like, you need to earn your keep kind of mindset. I'm not saying that you need to earn your keep per se, but rather that like there will surely be some kind of task that is within your ability that you will find fulfilling. However, if you are totally, totally, totally incapable of any form of contribution, and like that, that is to say, maybe what you do is like you just write stories when you're able to, like, or maybe you draw when you're able to. Like, let's say, like my friend Dizzy as an example, who really can't really do much physical labor, but they can sometimes mend things or occasionally draw. Like, if you're doing something, I still think that resources should go toward keeping you alive, whether you're contributing or not. But that, yeah, like there is still probably something that you can do at least sometimes. If nothing else, you're another person to talk to and like seek opinions from and get a different perspective on. So I don't know. That's just me. I just feel like, it's worth saying, even if you can't contribute in any way, period. Like, let's say you have MECFS and you cannot get out of bed, right? I still think you are deserving of a place in a community, including on a commune, but that I think pretty much most people, even if they're pretty severely disabled, have at least something that they can do that they will find fulfillment in. Yeah, record keeping is very important. What is going on in the YouTube chat right now? Contributing is such a suggestive concept. What is considered contributing, and if our tech levels get high enough, is that even still a requirement? Yeah. Well, my position is that it's not a requirement, like, or that it shouldn't be a requirement. It's not like for me personally, I would just be like, if you are a member of the community that provides, like, even if you're just a positive person to be around, positive vibes, or like you have something interesting to say, I think that that is still of value in the first place. But yeah, I mean, human nature, disabled people like want to be able to work by and large. And that's not to say like we want to be a wage slave, we want to be exploited, but rather that we want to contribute. We try to find ways to contribute. This is not any less true like just because we're disabled. People in general, if you provide them with universal basic income, they still want to work. They still want to do things. Disabled people, like, sometimes the thing that we're limited by is like not having the support to be even as able as we could be, because let's say they won't give us the wheelchair, or they won't give us our medicine, or it's prohibitively expensive or whatever. But like a lot of disabled people want those things because then that will enable them to do something else that they love and care about and that is productive and a benefit to society overall. Spouse and I tried a commune. We ended up quitting polyamory. Oops. Well, I honestly think that you should be very, very careful with a polyamorous dynamic in a commune. Um, like relationships and dating in that kind of small community, I think should be very gentle with in the first place. Whether whether you're dating monogamously, or polyamorously, like I guess poly to me introduces a greater number of potential failure dynamics for like social breakdown in a group of people, because there are just more people involved in any given breakup or any situation, right? Um, so that is like, it just seems really chaotic to me. But I'm not going to condemn anybody's choices, obviously. I'm just saying, like, I would be like, I would not want to join a commune that had a like large polycule in it. I would be like, you guys are too interconnected in a way that I find uncomfortable. Our problem is we have land but not enough infrastructure, and the people we were trying to help had few skills or income to help invest. Is poly a flower? I don't think poly is a flower, but I'm not certain. You have to tell me. I'm not sure. Now this person's excuse is that they haven't used Discord before and they can't figure out how to get in to get on and call me to argue. De-skilling of modern life is an issue. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I mean, but a willingness and capability to learn is good. Or, you know, yeah, if you have any income outside of the commune, if you can help pay for things on the commune, even if you have like let's say you have disability income and most of your needs are being taken care of by the commune, then like some of your income could go toward, you know, on those occasions when we need a plumber or whatever. Or could help us with paying the fees at the farmers market so that we can sell stuff at the farmers market and produce a level of income that way. Like if let's assume that we have excess products to sell. Weren't they coming in hot about hopping into your Discord? I mean, yeah. Send details of your Discord. I might take a look. And I was like, okay, here's my website. You should be able to get to it. And then this person is like, well, it's hard to have good faith conversations where reality is totally distorted. Like, okay, you're saying I'm fundamentally incapable of having a good faith discussion. Why don't you hop in the Discord then? Never used this app before, not the easiest to navigate. Like, whatever. Hasn't even clicked the link to join. And I know that because I would see in the Discord that a new member had joined, but they haven't even joined. It should be as simple as like clicking the link and then it'll open up like a sign up page. Whatever. Coward. To be fair, I find Discord really hard to use personally. Okay, fair enough. Sure. There is a flower called Pretty Polly, but that may be actually named after the name Polly. Okay. There's an episode of The Next Generation where the Enterprise's children are abducted by an alien planet who have become so reliant on automation to do everything for them that they have forgotten scientific knowledge or even how to repair their systems, and their mechanisms are irradiating them so they can't reproduce anymore. Holy shit. That's crazy. I don't remember that at all, actually. That's very, I guess it's been a few years since I watched TNG all the way through. But that's crazy. I guess, and when I go to watch it, I tend to focus on the episodes I like. So I'm like, let's watch The Measure of a Man again. It's a first season episode. Okay. Yeah, I guess I just really, it's probably been more than 5 years since I've gone and watched the entire series through. Man, that's a long time. Maybe I should get back into it. I got time to kill. I need to, so I watched I watched episodes 4 through 6 of Andor last night, but I was kind of multitasking, so I wasn't paying the closest attention. And then I started over with episode 4 again last night, and I paid closer attention. And then tonight I'll finish out and like catch up again. And then tomorrow we're recording the episode. So long as everything stays the same, I think that as long as everybody's still on track, we're going to record the next episode of Andor podcast tomorrow, which is exciting. The children are abducted so Wesley can have important things to do. It's a plot line just so that Wesley can do something. That's funny. I would very much push for getting in on a podcast talking Trek with you. Yeah. And we are going to talk about Star Trek. I think that the plan is to continue with the same, like, myself, Demon Mama, and Gayfesh. And next we're going to do the Star Trek, the original series movies. Episode 7 is where Andor gets really good. Cool. Don't tell me anything about it or I'll be very mad. Oh, I did also watch Rogue One again this week, so I remember, like, it makes sense. I'm like, oh, I can see why they decided that they were going to make a prequel show about Cassian because he's like this badass in the movie. I'm like, okay, I get it why you decided to make a series with this dude. I don't know who this actor is, and I think that sometimes a show stands stronger or a movie stands stronger when it's an actor that you don't know at all. because you're not thinking about them and all the other roles that they've done. Do you keep up with Doctor Who? Nope, I haven't watched any Doctor Who since Capaldi, and I think it was the first season of Capaldi, and I was like, wow, I'm tired of this show. Diego Luna. Diego, so what is his accent? Hold on. Okay, Mexican. Okay, cool. That's what I thought. You said Diego, and I was like, so he's Spanish speaking? Cool. So yeah, he's Latino. He's cool. He's 45. Good grief. I don't know. I guess I just thought that he was in like his late 30s or something. Wow. Is Andor supposed to be in his 40s, do you think? Like, in the show or in the movie, is he supposed to be in his 40s? Like, is he that old? Also, because he's hot. I guess so, yeah. He definitely, like, is very good in that role, and I can see him having sex appeal in that role. I haven't seen him in anything else. But it's like Pedro Pascal. Like, the fire for Pedro was lit by his playing of, you know, billionaire playboy philanthropist fucking Oberyn Martell. I think he's supposed to be early 30s. Okay, yeah, that would make sense. Did someone donate earlier and I was supposed to put another hat on and I just kind of lost my mind? Yes, that did happen. I'm just still hot, so I'm sorry. I lost my mind. I'm in the middle of talking sometimes and I don't pay attention to what's going on. So I need to put a new hat on. Now that I'm less hot. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of that. Okay, what's a new hat that I can wear? This is another one. This is another my mother-in-law classic. Hold on. I don't really wear this hat. So I don't really know how to wear it correctly. But it's a beret, right? Like it's a beret. Should I do it the other direction? Yes. Yeah. There we go. Got a new hat. Whatever the actor's age was when he filmed Rogue One, subtract 5 from that. Okay. I don't know why this Discord link didn't work the way that it was supposed to. Are you trying to link me something from my own Discord server? I don't know why it didn't work. Oh, you're trying to link me to stream chat? Oh, okay. Hold on, let me get back to... so that I can see everything. Oh, the internet might be hiccuping. I'm sorry if that's the case. This is like not exact. There we go. That's a little bit. I don't actually know how to wear a beret. I'm kind of guessing that this is what you're supposed to do. I think this is what you're supposed to do. I'm also not even entirely sure if this fits me the way that it's meant to. How do you wear a beret? Yeah, basically, like, maybe I pulled it down on my head too far, like... I mean, right? That's how you wear a beret. I don't know. Did you get the debate you asked for? No! Oh, I am so sorry. I am disappointed that your accent did not immediately switch to French when you put that hat on. Okay, so I will now do the French accent. I will continue the French accent until I get another donation, which I think actually is how you say, disincentivizing a new donation. If I say I will continue to do the accents so long as I wear the hat. Let us see. None of my other hats have an accent that is associated with them. It is exclusively this French hat. Just so you know, I'm obsessed with pink trombone. Yes. You say the noise simulator. Merci. Yeah. De rien. is not a mushroom hat. No mushroom. French. There are some people who makes this hat that is it is a mushroom, as you say, but those are much larger, much big hat. I should drop the H's. As you say, a big hat. I can just keep doing that forever. I don't know how good of a French accent it is. It probably isn't, but the point is that we're supposed to be having fun and being silly, so we're succeeding in that. Champignon hat. Oh, I did not know this is the name of this. Oh, champignon. This is what you call it. You call this the hat with the mushroom. Voluminous hats. Many, many hats. This is true. Oh la la la, oui oui. Okay, I'm going to read Alice's 20 unwritten Republican rules that she has posted in the Discord server. Number 1, our failures are your fault. Like, if our policies don't work, then we will blame immigrants, trans people, or woke culture. Number 2, we are the party of law and order, unless one of us is the criminal. Trump commits 91 felonies and we scream witch hunt. Rule number 3, rights are for me, not for thee, such as with free speech, gun rights, and bodily autonomy. These things only apply to conservatives. Rule number 4, morality is a weapon, not a principle. If we do it, it's justified, but if you do it, it's evil. Number 5, the rich deserve handouts and the poor deserve judgment. Giving tax breaks to billionaires, starvation wages for workers. Ah, another donation already? I'm going to keep reading these, and then I'll do the donation. Hold on. Rule number 6, freedom means the power to oppress others. Like religious liberty only applies when we're forcing our beliefs on you. Rule number 7, facts are optional, feelings are policy. Conservative outrage overrides science, logic, and reality. Rule number 8, we are the victims, even when we're in power. Somehow, the most privileged people are always under attack. Number 9, every accusation is a confession. The louder we scream about groomers, the more predators we elect. Number 10, rules exist to be broken by us and enforced on you. With gerrymandering, voter suppression, and insurrection all being fine, so long as you don't question us. Pro-life ends at birth. No healthcare, no maternity leave, no food assistance, forced birth. Rule number 12, the only good government program is the one that benefits me. Socialism is bad, unless it's my Medicare farm says subsidies or corporate bailouts. True. When all these local farmers realizing that they're going to lose their government contracts because they're the E in DEI. 13, religion is just another form of control. Jesus said help the poor, but we'd rather buy AR-15s and discriminate. Oh my God, there are a lot of these. Rule 14, we love America, but we hate most Americans, especially immigrants, LGBTQ plus people, liberals, and anyone who isn't straight, white, and Christian. The act of being is what condones the act of harm. If you're marginalized, your existence alone justifies your suffering. Rule 16, violence is patriotism when we do it, but terrorism when you do it. January 6th was, quote, legitimate political discourse, but peaceful BLM protests were riots. Rule number 17, the best way to win is to cheat via voter suppression, purging rules, and banning books. According to Republicans, that's a totally fair election. Rule 18, we decide what history is. Teaching actual history is critical race theory, but whitewashed lies are fine. Rule number 19, hypocrisy is a virtue, not a flaw. Government should stay out of our lives, except when we're controlling your uterus and banning your books. And finally, Rule 20, we don't actually believe in democracy. If we lose, the system is rigged. If we win, the system is perfect. I had that thought too. Thank you, Drea. For the $10 donation. Appreciate you. Okay. Somehow you sounded more South African, like it's giving Wickus from District 9. I You know, wasn't South Africa colonized by the French? So that would make sense, wouldn't it? But thank you for the dono, Drea. That's very appreciated. Um, yeah, everything in that seemed fairly accurate to how what I've seen Republicans doing. $20 more, and I will flex my buffness. Like hell, I might even take off my shirt to do it. I might make the table go down so that you can more easily see my flexing back. Oh, it was the Dutch. Okay, my bad. Let's see what hat we have next. Let's see. Oh, okay, here. Okay. This was just a hood that I pulled off of something else. Like it's a detachable hood from a jacket. So now I have a hood. I just loved your quote French accent. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. It was how you say very amusing. I don't know who is this? Is this a Sith? Am I a Sith now? Is that what the hood makes me? A black hood makes me a Sith? Man, it is crazy how much better my hair looks on this side. Man, that's crazy. It's a peasant hood you have to wear when you're working the crops. Exactly. Yeah. Your French accent sounded kind of Norwegian. Cool. Spooky. Yeah, I'm a Sith now. I am actually thinking about getting a Rebel Alliance flag. I think that would be cool. The hat would go well with your bow, like a Robin Hood character. Legit. Can you do a German accent? I don't know. I actually had a German foreign exchange student at my high school. I don't really know what the German accent sounds like, except for like a really, obviously like a really exaggerated German accent. But to me, I feel like if I were to try to do it, it would just slip into something more like a French accent. The hood makes you look like that side character in Devil May Cry 3 or 4. I only know Devil May Cry 1, which is funny that you mention it because I was on a call with my friend the other day and she showed me something and that was my thought. I was like, Devil May Cry ass shit. You know, it was like a Final Fantasy 14 trailer she was showing me. Lesbian accent? What's the lesbian accent? I don't know. Mysterious. This gives a +2 bonus, +2 bonus to feeding chickens. True. In spite of some YouTube videos, German accent is not that harsh. Just some of the words lead to that perception. Well, I think that's part of the thing is, with the French, there are certain things that you know when they try to speak English that they do. Like they are. The R comes out in the back of the throat, yes, and they often drop the TH in preference for something closer to a Z or an S. And so there are these commonalities and so a certain lightness as well. Oh my god, how did that? The language is so far to the front of the mouth, strangely enough, is very forward. But I don't know any of the things that like define what German sounds like. Like we've got Stanley Tucci's little accent that he's got. He's playing a German in like Captain America, which honestly some of it is quite similar to what I would consider like a French accent. So I don't know. There's nothing like strongly standing out about a German accent to me. Except when it is parodied to an extreme, right? Like a Russian accent or like a similar region, like Russian and other countries very similar to it have like a particular accent. With a lesbian accent, you need a lot of tongue. True. The Israeli accent sounds pretty French to me. Yeah, I wouldn't have any idea what an Israeli accent sounds like because I've never seen a Wonder Woman movie. I've never seen Gal Gadot say anything. I guess Ela from H3H3, does she have like an Israeli accent? Because she's from there. Uh, but I don't watch H3H3 either, so I don't think this person is ever going to show up to debate me. Like, cry. I can't figure out Discord. I can't figure out how to make a new account on a web service. Yeah, like Ela sounds so American at this point. Yeah, fair enough too. Like, yeah, Scottish accent. Like the Scottish accent, it's so, it's all the way back. It's all the way back in the throat. Like it's so open. And then there's like the Irish accent, which is more. It's a bit like it's got this liltiness. That's kind of what I like about an Irish accent is the lilting quality, which I'm not as good at doing it. But like, yeah, there. I don't know. I do like the. I think a Scottish accent could be good for practicing opening up if you're trying to voice masculinize. Like Glasgow, it's just open, you know, all the way in the back. I know, cry, no debate. TBH, I would have been more surprised if they'd shown up. Same, truly. Like talking shit about how you won't call into Takis. Oh, actually, it turns out you're banned from Takis, and like, oh no, I won't join your Discord. Like, yeah, because I control this place. I don't know, man. Like, if it was as easy as calling a phone number, would this person have called in? Scottish accent is one of those that can sound harsh sometimes, like German. That's the stereotypical, oh, laddie. You know, like it's so stereotypical. The things that are harsh about those languages. Why was so much Scottish stuff so popular? We had a Disney movie and Outlander and music. I don't know. I don't know. Mm. Their only purpose on Blue Sky was to reply to people, probably just a straight troll. Yeah. I'm just gonna say, like, all right. I don't know. I'm like, maybe I won't respond to this person anymore. Never used this app before, not the easiest to navigate. 26 minutes ago, and you're still not in my Discord server? Like, you're not trying very hard. Oh well. I might just go ahead and block them now, since they have not produced anything of value for me. They amused me a little bit, but man, stereotypical fantasy dwarf Scottish accent is much more fun. That's fair. It is fun. I think one of my favorite posts about Scottish language. Yeah, I don't know. I've always thought Discord is pretty easy to navigate. There was this series of posts that it was like they were taking Twitter posts from Scottish people because when they write in an accent, when they write in their phonetic accent, and they put like a picture of Brave Merida character on it. I'm just trying to find the specific one. There were a bunch though, so maybe we can find a bunch to look at. All right, maybe I just want the one. Okay, this was a good one. This was not the one that I was going for, but it is one of the ones that I remember seeing and enjoying. Just got 4 drinks at the drive-thru, and that guy asked, "Do you want a cup holder?" Obviously, I do. You fucking reprobate. I'm not a fucking octopus. But like things like just dropping the T at the end of "not" because they wouldn't pronounce the T when they're saying it. These are just so funny to me. But there was a specific one that I was looking for, like. Yeah. Here we go. Being a lesbo is pish. I tell a girl she's banging and you get, coming from you. Nah, I'm not saying that to be your pal. I'm saying it to shag you. But like, it's, if you just read it, it can be kind of hard to understand. Like, I'm saying it means I'm saying it. Like, being a lesbian is piss. Tell a girl she's hot and she'll be like, that's coming from you. Ah, thanks. It's like, no, I'm not saying that to be friendly. I'm saying it because I want to fuck you. It's just classic. Okay, so you keep saying Discord or ban, Sophie. Are you saying like this concept of the streamer saying jump in the Discord and get on the call to defend your ideas or I'll ban you? Is that what you're talking about? Sophie says Discord or ban is dead because people just don't defend their ideas anymore in VC. So it's always going to be a ban, just a delayed ban. Yeah, we were like, I'll wait for you to be of use, you know? I find it funny how their accents are way less comprehensible than most other foreign accents, even though those are often ESL accents and Scottish isn't. Yeah. Like, yeah, there are English second language accents that are more intelligible than the native English speaking accent of a deep in the country Scots person. Are there any other good ones? Okay, I did specifically click lesbian. Let's see. I don't know that there's any other particular ones that stuck out from that time. There's just a bunch of screenshots of like things where Scottish people are just talking about life, but they're just doing it in their accent. It's even funnier here because they were the ones pushing to come on your show. True. They were like, you won't. Well, okay. So the thing was, they didn't initially. I don't think they initially said. I actually don't even know if I can look at them anymore because I've blocked them now. But they. Oh yeah, I can look at them still. No, I can't. Okay. Okay, I can't look at posts if I've blocked the person. Let me unblock it really quick. Because I think that I said if you didn't like my arguments, then you can call in and engage with my arguments. So maybe I was the one who started that. Yeah. I'm like engaged. I'm the one who's like, call in. Like, stop talking to me on Blue Sky. You should call in. I think you said to go on Takis and they deflected to your word. Yeah, they said I would rather go on your show directly. So, yeah. They're acting like they're interested in having the conversation, but that's the thing is like if you say call in on Takis and they don't want to admit that they're banned or that they're not willing to call Takis, then they pretend to still be willing to defend their ideas by saying like, "Oh, well, if we did it in a different venue, then that would be better for me." But then nothing about that venue is acceptable to them. So it's just one excuse after another, right? That's how this works. I wonder if the people who say they can't do Discord are just 60-year-olds sitting there wondering why their 56K modem suddenly got quieter. Yeah. That's the great thing about Takis, though, is like people are willing to call in, and sometimes it's a simple question, and we answer their question, and they're like, "Cool, I understood that." One of my favorite calls from this past week probably was we had a dude call in who was like, "I have problems with the term assigned sex at birth because it implies like that it was." I think that he felt as though it had a sort of divine implication that this is something you are imbued with by a creator or something, or like that it had a metaphysical quality. And we just explained that it's like this is a doctor looks at you and determines based on your external characteristics whether you're a male or female baby. Um, so yeah, we and he was like, "Oh, okay, no, I understand. It's this is a thing that a doctor and the parents and society are imbuing on you, and not like a metaphysical characteristic." And he was like, "Okay, I don't have any problem with that. Thanks. Bye." Like, cool. That was a great call. I wouldn't trust someone who can't operate Discord to also be scientifically literate. I mean, anybody who looks at a complex situation like sports performance and goes, Lamau testosterone, like they're not going to be able to, like, if I explain to them, again, not even talking about trans bodies, if I'm just talking about cisgender people, it's like, okay, how can you claim that testosterone is the dominant factor in determining sports performance when some of the highest performing male athletes have like extremely, not extremely, but on the low end range of normal testosterone levels. Like the normal testosterone level is somewhere between like 300 and 700. I can't remember exactly what the thing is that you're measuring, but it's measured in hundreds. And so it's like from 300 to about 700 is considered like a normal range. So why is it that all of these like elite male athletes have like a 300 point testosterone count? Is it because testosterone it is not a predictive factor for high sports performance? This is the thing too. It's like we would expect, if testosterone is a determining factor, that high levels of testosterone will almost always correlate with high performance, and that like we could predict that an athlete with high testosterone would win, but that is not the case. And sometimes it's, maybe it's gymnastics or something, but like obviously, so and then if they're like, oh well, gymnastics isn't as strength oriented as something like bodybuilding, like, okay, so you acknowledge that different body types function better in different circumstances. So like even if a person has high testosterone, that doesn't mean that he would be doing well in gymnastics, right? Like you could say, oh well, maybe a low T is acceptable for a gymnastics person. Okay, so you're saying that someone with high testosterone isn't guaranteed to win gymnastics, right? I could go on and on and on. I'm very good at arguing this point, and people are just not able to participate. Yeah, maybe I'll give one last reply to this guy and just be like, well, I was like, seems like you're not all that committed to having a good faith discussion. Yeah, it seems like you're not all that committed to having a good faith discussion with someone willing to host you on their show. Like, hold on, like, I hope you got something out of wasting my time here on Blue Sky. The units for testosterone are picograms per milliliter or picomoles per liter. Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh gosh. Oh man, we only have like an hour before I would normally log off too. I feel like I have so much energy. Standing when I stream has made such a huge difference. I don't even like no part of me is like, yeah, I'm going to sit down. Like I feel great standing, which is so weird because people with POTS typically have struggles with standing for large periods, but I think I actually have worse heart symptoms when I'm sitting down. Although that might be because when you fold your body at the 90-degree angle at the hips, it cuts off blood flow to the lower part of your body to some degree. So maybe it's just like my blood is pooling in my lower extremities. Maybe I need to get one of those chairs where you kind of like sit sort of on your butt, but your knees are also being supported, and so your body is. Hold on, let me see if I can find one of these chairs. Weird ergonomic chairs. Let me see what results I get from that. Okay. It's like, this is kind of what I'm thinking of. My sister had a chair like this, where you sit your butt on it and then your knees kind of come out. So it creates like less of a kink in your body here so that you can, like, it probably improves blood flow to the lower part of your body. Those aren't comfy. Well, good thing I'm not trying to sit all day. I don't want to be in a chair that's like comfortable to be in for hours. They're not super comfy. They hurt my butt. Maybe it just needs a different kind of pad in it. Because I'm guessing that. So I'm not saying that I would buy one. I think if anything, I would probably just build one or ask my husband to help me build one and put like a good chair, like a good butt thing on there. Are you going to get an ergo keyboard as well? I mean, I probably should buy a new keyboard at some point. I mean, this one works just fine, but it's just not, it's quite loud and it's not modular in the way that a lot of keyboards are. It does hurt my wrist to use it sometimes for extended periods, so maybe I should consider it. Coward won't debate me. I'm interested to see what breaking developments we get over the next month with regards to Luigi Mangione. Because it seems like trials don't often last super long. Like, once the trial begins, they don't tend to drag out for weeks and weeks at a time. So it's going to be really interesting to see, because I feel like we're going to get like no news, no news, no news for a while. And then it's just going to be like suddenly we're getting the Luigi Mangione trial. And it's going to be like, that's the hot thing for a week. And then it'll be over and we will have the result pretty immediately. Which I mentioned because someone on my timeline just said something about like Luigi getting jury nullification. Like if we were to focus on a tactic of jury nullification for his prosecution. O.J. Simpson's trial lasted forever. Well, it's just not typical. It's just not typical for trials to last a very long time. Excuse me. Did you see the Backrooms YouTube channel added a severance level? No, I don't know what that. I don't know what any of those things are. Typical, how would, like, typical length of a murder trial. High profile ones like this, where jury selection is difficult, can really delay things. Yeah. Is that considered part of the trial period? Like, because what I'm trying to say is, like, yes, it sometimes takes a long time for it to come to trial. Like, for now we are in court and we are talking about it. It seems like this can take a long time to get to that place because of stuff like jury selection, plea deals, back and forth, trying to establish like what charges they're going to actually bring up and things like this. But then like once they actually get into court, I have the impression that that part is quicker. Like, what is it? Like, I think I've read before that it's an average of 2 weeks. This, I'm looking at something that says some data shows that a typical homicide takes 110 days longer to resolve than a typical person crime. But I think that that is not the legal process itself. Hey, Zai Patient, oh, you gotta leave? No. In bad news, I was in the infamous IntelliLink chats made infamous by Asset Gabbard and her scary Control F that queer shit firings of necessarily civilian, because in the military it's called transferred intelligence workers. Scary because 100 was more like 100. It's way more queers in intelligence. Oh yeah, true. That was in 2009. Holy cow. You were right about transgenocide for sure, though. Years I've been saying this. I really want someone to call in to Takis asking about the transgenocide question, maybe what needs to happen is maybe the next time I go on the show, I should ask Arden to make that the title. Like, hey, can you make the title something about transgenocide so that we can bait someone to call in on that specific topic? Because I want to talk about that specific topic. The problem is when a case like this has so much social awareness, it's hard to find a jury that can actually be impartial. Right. Hard to find a jury that doesn't already have an opinion on it. They called us the deep state on Fox News. Wow. Funny as it would be, Luigi's trial will probably be straightforward, and the only question I have is whether they will successfully get him the death penalty or not. Open to surprises, though. Yeah, I am curious to see. Maybe they will accept that it's not possible to get him out of a guilty verdict, but that they will use the opportunity to state some of the political messages in the platform where they know that he's going to get got anyway, but just like taking advantage of the spotlight to basically restate his manifesto. And this is all assuming that they caught the right guy. Like, again, we're talking about this like Luigi is the guy who did it, but that's not how this fucking process works. This process works by innocent until proven guilty. So, like, we haven't actually seen all of the evidence bear out of whether he was the guy or not. There's a lot of, and like, for him to have all the stuff on him, I still think looks like a setup of some kind. If you have the manifesto on your person and you have the gun still on your person, I don't know, man. It just seems like there are suspicious things about it. So, like, we can't even assume that Luigi is the one who did it. He is a symbol now representing a guy who could have done something like this, but we don't know. Lemkin Institute, did you cover this? I don't know. Let's look. DBH, I think it was some other incredibly hot and based guy. I think Luigi is just a dude. Right. Yeah. I mean, the way that this whole thing works is that we can't assume that it was him until we see the evidence bear out, until we see the trial and all this stuff. We can have our opinions, but like, we don't know that he's the guy who did it. We just know that he's the suspect. We know that he's the guy that they're putting in that position. I feel like a normal jury would vote him not guilty by default. Right, like, how are they selecting a jury? Are they going to eliminate any jurors who have had a family member die as a result of a health insurance decision? Right? Like, so is he only going to be judged by a jury of, like, people who are rich enough that they have never had a family member die from a fucking health insurance denial? Yeah, the Lemkin Institute had that, like, this is from February 28th, so I'm guessing an updated and re-released from February 13. Oh, maybe they updated this. Let me see. Lemkin Institute, which is the Lemkin Institute for Genocide Prevention and Human Security, which was either established by a guy called Lemkin or was named after the guy who originally defined a genocide, basically. Lemkin Institute for Genocide Prevention and Human Security condemns the anti-trans agenda of the second Trump administration and warns Americans that the recent spate of executive orders, which are in line with a genocidal process against the transgender community that has been emerging in the United States for over a decade, are meant to pave the way for greater state repression against all individuals and other groups in the future. It is important to consistently and loudly reject this administration's efforts to isolate any people or groups due to their identities, to reaffirm the USA's commitment to individual rights and diversity, and push back against efforts to normalize state repression and violence. The time is now. The Lemkin Institute believes that current anti-trans hysteria within the government is meant to serve three purposes within a wider genocidal process. First, the executive orders constitute the paper marginalization and paper persecution of an identity group that has recently gained rights and greater acceptance in order to lock in evangelical support for the Trump administration. Second, the executive orders create a fictitious cosmic enemy that will justify radicalization of government in general, leading to ever more power for the executive branch. And third, The executive orders over time aim to normalize the destruction of identity groups by desensitizing the public to state-sponsored persecution of people based solely on their identities. I mean, I agree. It's named for Lemkin, but it's not connected to him. Right, yeah. So, like, yeah, I agree with all that. Taken together, the Trump administration's executive orders related to trans people would effectively destroy, if fully implemented, trans people as a group in whole, to summarize the text of the Genocide Convention. The orders begin the process of removing a trans presence from collective life and preventing trans people from existing as themselves, forcing them back into invisibility and isolation. This attack on trans identity is reminiscent in the U.S. context of the Native American boarding schools, where the goal was to, quote, kill the Indian and save the man. I'm so glad the Lemkin Institute drew that parallel, because I think that is highly accurate. It's fine if you're present so long as you aren't the thing that you are. Not only would the effort to deprive trans Americans of gender-affirming care constitute a form of torture and medical malpractice with terrible mental health repercussions, but also such measures are a common phase in genocidal processes and generally lead to ever greater persecution. Right, it's not going to stop there. I think what really grinds my gears is that Trump doesn't care one way or another about trans people. Yeah, it's like, do any of these people actually care about trans people? No, we are just the scapegoat group that they're using to justify claiming additional power. Like, that's it. It's like, that is all it is. Let's see. Trump's language denying the reality of trans identity and criminalizing its expression is similar to President Vladimir Putin's language regarding Ukrainian identity and Israel's language regarding Palestinian identity. Fucking true! Lemkin Institute coming out swinging against Israel. These three states each deny the identity of clearly visible, historically continuous groups. Identity denial is a genocidal tactic aimed at vanquishing what is believed to be an evil, existential, and inherently criminal foe, and it always results in mass atrocity if it is not nipped in the bud. While the latter two cases, i.e. Russia and Israel, involve imperialist land claims, in the case of the Trump administration's anti-trans policies, the goal is rather to achieve victory over an internal enemy, the perceived virus of woke ideology, of which U.S. conservatives believe trans people are the primary carriers. Many conservatives are convinced that there is an ideology called transgenderism that is supporting a global totalitarian project and aims to destroy family bonds and render humanity enslaved to global government and economic exploitation. That thinking is now in power in the White House. Right. So I don't know if any of that sounded familiar. A global totalitarian project aiming to destroy family bonds and render humanity enslaved to global government and economic exploitation. Does that just sound like the Jews? Right? Like, you've just taken Jews, and instead of Jews, it's transes. Fucking, right? Like, can we have a new hat now? Hey, listen, if we get a $5 or more donation, I will switch to a new hat. That's the thing today. That's the game we're playing. Every $5 or more donation, we get a new hat. I still have several hats left, so. Bro, I just want healthcare. Fucking true. Oh, excuse me. Man. Okay, let's see. How much longer is this? Oh, wow, this is long. Oh, this is long. So basically TLDR, like, they're correct. Oh, man. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Trans people are only 1.4% of the population. There are less than 10 trans college athletes out of over 510,000 athletes total. Research does not support the idea that trans athletes have unfair advantages. Does not support the allegation that trans people pose a threat when using gender-appropriate bathrooms. Yeah, basically, like... Okay, that's okay, great. We wish to point out that trans people are completely natural in a world defined by diversity. Diversity within biological sex is normal. Male and female are shorthand, but those categories do not capture the complexity of human experience. Here we speak not only of visibly intersex people, but also the stages of sexual differentiation in utero, which involve gonadal differentiation, but also chromosomal and hormonal differentiation, which leads to a wide variety of gender expression and identification, which has existed for all of human history. Trump admin is simply wrong when it states that there are two sexes. Biological diversity dominates the planet. Um, if God made this world in its beautiful diversity, God made trans people as well. It is important for religious conservatives to think hard about that. Yeah, like I'm sorry, like I don't, obviously I am not a religious person, but if it, I'm willing to like use someone else's belief system to help them understand the situation. So I'm not above saying like God made me trans. Like if you believe in God and you believe God created everybody and that our spirit was given to us by God, then that necessarily means that God imbued me with a transgender spirit because I cannot change that part of me. Like most of us feel like we tried to reject, if anything, we tried to reject God's plan by pretending we weren't trans. And then we have come to accept our divinity and the breath of the divine spirit that was breathed into us or whatever. I can speak the language of of like the religious argument in favor of transness. Have you hit your transing quota this year? I don't know. Have I hit my quota? How many people have I transgendered? It's only fucking March, so maybe not enough. Mm. Coffee's good for you. Okay. Um, Trump's executive orders related to trans and non binary people are written in a language that strongly suggests they were drafted by academics, lawyers, and other well educated people. Um, so, although that is the case, scientific basis for these allegations is completely lacking and the reasoning is poor. Regarding women, the fact is that anti trans initiatives put not only trans people in danger, but also all women, both trans and cis, by challenging women's right to privacy, their existential autonomy, and their control over their bodies. They reinforce a rigid ideology of binary sex separation that destroys any possibility of sex and gender fluidity or of similarities and shared spaces between the sexes. They set the stage for totalitarian state control over bodies, social space, and family life. Um, does this say, I don't think this explicitly says like cis women will be subject to gender policing in bathrooms and potentially arrested even though they are legally in the space that they're supposed to be in. Yeah, we may be trans, but we still live under capitalism. Unless you're getting us quarterly trans growth, we're gonna have to consolidate. Yeah, that is one of the things we do on Takis too. Is we talk to people who are like, I think that you might be realizing that you're trans, like you might be in the process. Ooh, that's a great point. Yeah, Viren says, when I was religious, I always thought it was odd to think that God made me straight, but somehow didn't make other kids gay. Seems pretty straightforward to apply the same logic to cis versus trans. Until you throw religion out the window anyway, then it's even more bare how monstrous the discrimination is. Yeah. My one mission in life is transing Republicans. True. Someone's got to do it. Man, I think I'm going to give up and start putting my hair on this side of my head all the time. It just looks so much better. Mm. Yeah, the statement goes on for a while. I'm not going to keep reading it because I'm done. I'm done reading it, but uh Frank Turek is big in the evangelical space, and he himself got gender affirming surgery. He also specifically claims that trans people need to respect the body that, quote, God created, but then he goes and gets a mastectomy for the breasts that he naturally developed. That is interesting. Um, that's the thing. We've talked about this before. They are not opposed to gender affirming care. They are opposed to trans people. Like, they're not even opposed to trans people getting the health care. They're opposed to trans people. Yeah, I figured context that Frank Turek has gynecomastia. Yeah, I connected the dots there, but thank you for saying it so that because I wouldn't have said it for chat if y'all didn't understand what was going on. Like, they don't have a problem with the existence of phalloplasty. They don't have a problem with the existence of lip fillers, or they don't have a problem with the existence of these things. It's only when trans people do them. So it's basically when trans people do anything that normal, like, cis people do from their perspective, like, they think of themselves as normal, right? If they, like, anything that trans people do that they would do is considered aberrant just because a trans person is doing it. You know? If we get another $5 donation, I'll pick a different hat. I think there's probably at least one hat that is funnier than this one. I'm saving the funny hats toward the end. We might not get any more donos today, and that's okay. That's all right. It's been a good show. Like, we've been doing it for 3.5 hours. I'm considering extending the length. I might consider doing like a 5-hour show on Sundays instead and just kind of see how that goes. Or like, if I get to the end of the show and I feel like I could go a little bit longer, maybe I could try going a little bit longer. Probably not on Wednesdays, but on Sundays we can see. One issue I tend to have with other Christians is the difference between something being a sin and something being the result of simply existing within a sinful world. Yeah, I mean, I guess that kind of fits into the other, like, we've talked about it with a certain TV show that is about the afterlife. That, like, sometimes you take immoral actions, but it's not like because you are intrinsically immoral, but rather that the system does not leave you with any moral choices. Like, of the options that you have, none of them is a truly, purely moral decision. Like, let's say you pick flowers from your neighbor's yard. Okay, well, that is a sin because it's stealing. But if you go buy flowers, then you have participated in a long string of exploitative labor practices, and that counts as a type of sin. I'm trying to bait this person a little bit. They're like, I've never used Discord before. Sorry if that offends you. Like, I'm not ready to do this today. And I'm like, okay, I just thought you'd want to explain in detail why I'm wrong. And since you're banned from Takis, this is the perfect opportunity. If you can figure it out by Wednesday, though, we can play ball. So, like, maybe this person will be here on Wednesday. Maybe. We'll see. Wanting to exist is not and cannot be a sin. Yeah. And, like, the way that sin is constructed too, and, like, you know, like, oh, wearing clothing of mixed fabric types is a sin. So, like, anyone who wears any modern clothing is sinning because almost all clothing are made with mixed fibers. So it's like, how do we construct what is a sin? How do we talk about this? Oh, Mr. Baby, he's a sweet boy. I have a continuing plan for the donations after I run out of hats, too, to be clear. Maybe we could carry it forward into next time. I probably have enough hats to carry this forward into next time without doing any repeats. Like, I have 4 hats left that I haven't even worn, and then I have another thing that I can continue to do after the hats. No, I have 5. I have 5 hats that I haven't even shown you yet. Allison, thank you. $10 donation says, I paid $10 for a hat swap, and honestly, best money I've ever spent. Luxander, I hope you understand the power you wield now. Fashion is in your hands. Use it wisely. Legitimately, actually, when I was a teenager, I would get interested in some type of fashion, and then like 4 months later, I would start seeing everybody else talking about it. I was like, what the fuck? Like, I don't know. I'm not saying I was like a hipster trendsetter, but kind of also, yes, I am saying that. Okay, let's do. Okay, hold on. This one is going to require a little bit of setup. This is so messed up. I really should get a new one of these if I'm going to start wearing it again, but I don't ever wear this, so. Okay, hold on, hold on. Okay, hold on. No! No! I have to get it all in there. I have a bonnet. It's a sleeping bonnet. get get in there. There. I'm not going to put it on all the way. Like, I'm not going to tighten it, but I have a sleeping bonnet for my hair. Yeah. It's not really a hat. It's just a sleeping bonnet, but it's a headdress, so I'm wearing it. I find it funny. So that's the thing that matters. Stuff like clothing and slavery in Leviticus and other places in the Old Testament are difficult because we apply today's morality to what is written. I read somewhere that in some shape or other, 90% of Leviticus is still implemented today. It's mostly it's a set of ancient health and safety regulations. Sure, like you could argue that not eating pork, which is an Old Testament like thing that Jews hold to, is because pork often had parasites in it, right? Like, yeah, we could say that that is a cultural result that makes sense at the time. But it doesn't change the fact that, like, it's not like it's just a health and safety. I mean, yeah, but like for it to be couched in the like, God is telling you to do this, like, I guess that is a way to make it much more compelling. Like, rather than just saying we shouldn't eat pork because there's parasites in it, saying like, God says you're not allowed to do it. There's no argument there. You can't argue like, well, I have this other study that says it's totally safe to eat pork. What a cute little snoring baby. I can't believe part of this was me putting my hair completely away. That's insane. My hair is so cute. Oh, what else is going on today? Any other tidbits we can explore? I saw the TV glow is trending again, which is weird. I should watch that sometime soon. Oh, whoa. Really? Hold up. Oh no, is this a... I'm not sure if this is parody or not. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. I think that hat has the potential to be a fashion statement. Listen, you can't say that, okay, because this is just how black women put their hair up at night, Recently, I was watching a Josh Johnson stand-up about Taylor and Travis Kelce. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelsey. And Travis Kelsey, like, I think it was like right at the beginning of February this year, which is like Black History Month, an interviewer asked him the question, like, how did you invent that haircut that you have? If you're not familiar, Travis Kelsey has a fade because he like has a black barber. He's in Kansas. Listen, he's in Kansas City. There's a lot of black barbers. They do the fade. It's like that's how they do the side of the head. And so Travis Kelsey was like, "What are you doing to me? Like, it's Black History Month. You can't be out here saying that I invented the fade just because I'm white and I'm the only person you've ever noticed have this haircut because you don't look at black people like they people." So that's like, you can't tell me I'm doing fashion right now. This is a black woman's bonnet that I'm just wearing, like, you know what I mean? Literally anybody is allowed to wear them, of course, but you know what I'm saying is like, this is a POC cultural thing to wear a bonnet at night. And so you can't tell me I'm a fashion icon for it. It's not right. Like me out here with all these other, like, you know, the thing is like, yeah, I don't know. I think that it would, there's a thing where it's like, if a black woman wears a bonnet to the store, people would think badly of her in the same way that they think of badly of people who like wear pajama pants to the store, you know? Like, you're not put together, basically, if you're wearing a bonnet. Suspect photo in, quote, targeted shooting at home of Oregon Workers' Comp Insurance CEO has been released. So this is a blurry ass picture. Okay, hold up. I have another tab that I need to look at really quick. Let me see. Okay, here we go. So this happened in Lake Oswego. The authorities have saying they believe, okay, so it happened recently. There was a shooting at the home of the CEO of the State Workers' Compensation Insurance Corporation. Shared surveillance photo. Lake Oswego police officers responded to reports of gunshots at the Melrose Place home of Chip Terhune, the chief executive of the SAIF Corporation, early Friday morning. Police said an unknown suspect fired several rounds into the home and left the area on foot. This caused minor damage to the home, including the front door, and no one was injured. Apparently, he originally said that he thought that it was rocks being thrown at his home. You got a weak-ass gun. Yeah, so apparently this is like another, like, we might be seeing like some copycat behavior regarding like coming after health insurance CEOs. Prediction that Luigi becomes the new Dread Pirate Roberts. True. Like the name Luigi becoming like, I am like, you know, it's like a, you hand it down from person to person. We are all Luigi, like one Luigi after another. That would be funny. Should have bought a Dickensian nightcap. True. Well, this has like, this has a elastic band in it, so I can tighten it. And yeah, the point of a bonnet is to not fuck up your hair in your sleep, or to not let your hair get tangled in your sleep, or to preserve your hairstyle from yesterday so that you don't have to redo it. Oh, dude. The Fuck You I Quit Blue Sky account pointed out, or where am I? I'm on Twitter right now. The Fuck You I Quit Twitter account said, notice how it's been over a week and no one has heard about this. Right. Like, yeah, it's interesting how this news like is only just now reaching my timeline when, like, when did this shooting happen? Okay, so this article said the shooting was last week. The article that I'm reading right now came out this past week. So this was about 2 weeks ago, or about a week and a half ago, that this shooting occurred. And like, to be fair, nobody died, nobody was hurt, but still, I think it's being suppressed. Yeah, Luigi is whoever holds the blue shell. That's fun. I'm just taking a quick look, seeing if there's anything else news-wise. Are there any good shows coming out this year, or any good movies coming out this year? We've got Andor Season 2 announced. I think The Last of Us Season 2 is supposed to come out this year. Ooh, we're gonna get the Dunkin' Egg. We're gonna get Dunkin' Egg this year. We're not gonna get another season of House of the Dragon until like next year, I think, if they stay on their current timeline. Thelma and Luigi, true. Oh, did I add, no, I did not add this last $90. I think that's right, yeah? Or maybe I already added it. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I just thought that I forgot to add this. So I'm just gonna add it now. Maybe I did it wrong. Who cares? Invincible Season 3 ends in 2 weeks, which is the same day that Last of Us Season 2 comes out. Ooh. Yeah, I'm watching Invincible more or less as it comes out. We waited until the first 4 episodes were out, and then this past week we watched another 2 episodes. So we're going to have 2 more, and then that's the end of Season 3 of Invincible. I'm really interested in what goes on in that show in the future. To the extent that I might even pick up the omnibus. Hi, Hella. But yeah, I'm so interested in what happens. I mean, my partner knows a lot of spoilers about what's going to happen because he watches YouTube videos that are like talking about what happens in the future, and they show screens from the comics, but like they'll like redact the text from it and just kind of talk broadly about what is occurring. So I might try to watch some of those videos, or maybe get an omnibus, because I really want to know where the story is going in the future, and it seems like the show is staying pretty faithful to the comics from what my partner has told me. Personally, I am not looking forward to the inevitable trans panic over The Last of Us Season 3. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I've read the comics, so I know what's coming. I know about one event that is going to impact Mark very directly. Like, that I'm not exactly excited about. But I'm interested to see how they handle it. Show is faithful to the comics, but paced better. IMO. That's good. I watched the first couple episodes with DM, but I haven't gone back. Probably catch up next time I hang with her. Yeah, it's good stuff. I'm looking forward to it. And then good to know that right after Invincible is over, then we get Last of Us Season 2, which I'm very excited to see. Weza, I seem to have made some progress. Welcome to the website. Hello, who are you, Weza? Are you the person who I have been talking to on Blue Sky? If so, we are getting to the end of the stream today. I probably am, usually I am logging off 10 minutes from now, because it's like a 4-hour show. So we might not, if it is you, we might not do the thing today, because my voice is already tired. But if that's you, you've made progress. Why would I be a coward to debate you? Oh, so first of all, the title of the stream is just trying to get people to click in, right? Like sometimes I do outrageous titles, and then it's only loosely related to what I'm talking about on the show, right? Because clickbait that's how the platform works. But you would be a coward if you didn't debate me is the premise of the statement. And it's also mostly a joke. This GUI is terrible. Are you talking about Discord? Yeah, I don't know. I personally think Discord is super easy to use, but I don't know, man. I don't know how to help you. You can watch a YouTube video, explain it to you if that helps. Yeah, Fortnite, if you know what I'm talking about, yes, it's going to be rough. Hella said, hey there, Luigi, what's it like in New York City? That would be a funny cover. Someone do a cover with Luigi. That would be hilarious. Yeah, super interested to see what happens with Invincible going forward. I'm like, I want to talk about the whole, like, the frustration that I have with Invincible is that it is ostensibly, by the way, if you're just coming in and you're like, why are you wearing a bonnet? It's because I'm doing a thing today where if you give me $5 or more in a donation, I'll change into a different hat. So we've gone through like 12 hats today. I'm putting on different things on my head. When you back on Wednesday, I start at 2 p.m. Pacific time on Wednesdays. So 2 p.m. Pacific time. Um, but yeah, I want to talk about like, there's this pattern in movies and TV shows and stuff, and like just media in general that I see where the and like we've talked about this before with like Killmonger, let's say. You know, if you've been following the podcast that Gayfesh and I do with Demon Mama, The Many Worlds Hypothesis, which comes out every 2 weeks on Gayfesh's channel, you know, we complained about the Black Panther movie because Killmonger is like objectively correct in a lot of ways, but then he just does things that are fucked up, and then that's why he's the bad guy, right? Because he just does things that are inexcusable. You know, like shooting his girlfriend, like, okay, black woman, disposable, whatever, blah, 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 bad things. So I'm seeing a similar thing coming out with Invincible, where the whole premise of the like Viltrumite takeover, the Viltrumites are like, yo, we're going to solve global warming, and, you know, we have all these cures for diseases and stuff. But also we kill people for no reason. You know what I mean? So it's like, how can you justify? And I think that there's an interesting kind of lesson or question being explored with regards to like the definition of a hero and the definition of a villain, and that if you could be a hero in some contexts but a villain in others. So like, yeah, maybe you're a hero because you're protecting Earth from like imperial conquest, but you're a villain because by doing that, and by not then taking your, like, by not addressing the billionaire problem, for example, what you're functionally doing is preserving a villainous system that results in people like dying because they don't have health care, or dying because of extreme climate change or something like that, you know? So I'm really interested in Invincible for that reason, because I'm like, if you have a force, like even a conquering force who is capable of eliminating death and suffering, so long as you just bend the knee, I'm like, I actually think that there are some cases in which the moral consideration is on the side of we should join this empire. It is like, what are you giving up, really? Are they going to change things fundamentally? Like, it seems like the Viltrumites have pretty, like, light oversight, pretty limited oversight over things. And so it just feels like, again, like either it's a very flat neoliberal story about how freedom is our highest highest virtue, and that freedom is worth preserving even if it means that many people die in preventable ways, or Invincible is playing a high level game that will reveal that Invincible has been wrong all along, and has been wrong almost every single time that he has beat up a criminal or done anything that tried to get rid of a villain. Like, yeah, anyway, I don't want to spoil anything. I feel like that is a kind of surface level discussion. Like, we didn't go too far in depth with any details of the show, but that's like one of the fundamental themes of the show, as far as I can tell, is this question of what is a hero, what is a villain. And it also is like, let's explore the high value on personal relationships. Like, it seems to have a very strong statement that life is valuable on a fundamental basis. So if it keeps having this message that like every death is a tragedy, life is valuable, we should preserve life even if that life is weak, or like if that life is short or whatever, then it seems necessarily that the show must come down on the side of the Viltrumites have a point, So I'm interested in finding out like how that story is going to continue to play out in a way that like I might not be able to wait until season 4 comes out for me to start exploring that, because I'm so interested in it. So Hella has an answer? at least in the comics, it does sort of get justified, not just with the Viltrumite Empire, but with other factions as well. Okay. Yeah, I'm interested in what this show has to say. I don't really like watching TV shows that don't have a point. I mean, like, I can enjoy a dumb movie, right? My partner and I just watched Tremors and Tremors 2. They're great. It doesn't really feel like they're saying anything about human fundamental nature. Feel free, Hella. I guess you can't. Please don't spoil anything because I do want to experience it myself, if at all possible. But so I'm capable of watching movies that don't seem to have an underlying message, such as I don't think Tremors has an underlying message. It's just a story about like how humans respond to a freak of nature situation. But I do, yeah, no, yeah, I'm not in any hurry to get off today. The comics try to analyze all the pros and cons of utilitarianism. That sounds interesting to me. The main one I'm thinking of is literally the final arc of the comics. Well, keep it to yourself. I love you. Don't spoil it for me because I'll be big mad. I get big mad about spoilers. I wonder if Weza is still here. I'm like, you should listen. If you're going to come on and argue with me, you should listen to me talk about something that isn't trans issues. Like, if you're going to come on my show, which I'm just saying generally, I'm not speaking to you, Weza, if you're still in here. But if you are in here, this is for you too. I do feel if you're going to argue with me about trans issues, then you should probably become familiar with me in general and how I, like, here's the kinds of things that I think about. Here's the kinds of information that goes into me having an opinion about something. So, because I think, first of all, I have a lot more interesting things to say about topics that are not trans related. I'm like a much more interesting person beyond that, but also just becoming familiar with the manner in which like the kind of things I'm interested in is which kind of this is the approach that I'm going to have. I just think that if somebody is transphobic or holds transphobic views, like if you hold the view that trans women are men who should not play in women's sports, like they are competitively equivalent to men, and men are fundamentally superior to women, like I think that you would benefit from thinking about other things the way that I think about them too. Or at least being exposed to the way that I think about other things. Hella says the Viltrumites might be lying about all these things that they say they have, so they can weed out the people they don't want. And it's a wonderful lie because no one has ever been able to confirm anything. Yeah, no, that's a fair statement. And I think that you're right. If they're lying by saying, we will protect you, we will have all these things. Given that there was basically, like I said, it seems like they have pretty limited oversight. They're not constantly present everywhere in the galaxy. They send one person to each planet, kind of like the same as the Super Saiyan thing. I mean, they weren't Super Saiyans at the time, but you know what I mean? Like the Saiyan race in Dragon Ball Z, or Dragon Ball rather, did this thing where they would send one individual to a planet to dominate it, and then mostly it's not direct oversight after that point. Yeah, so it is fair to say, like, if they have such a limited presence, seemingly only sending one person to go accomplish anything at one given time, then maybe they don't actually have a robust infrastructure to give us all these things. Like to give us technology to, fix global warming or whatever. So yeah, that is the other thing. If they're being honest about their capabilities, then I think Invincible is wrong to just outright say we will not even consider becoming part of a governing system that provides these things to people. But if they're lying, of course, then there's no justification. Then it's like not only are you power-hungry killers, but also you're liars. Which I guess, like, in for a penny, in for a pound, if you have one morally questionable position, then you probably have many morally questionable positions. So if you have no qualms with murder, then you probably also have no qualms with lying, especially if you're talking to people who you perceive as being literally lesser beings, like literally not worthy of being alive, basically. Like maybe you wouldn't feel morally compelled to be honest in that case. But I'm not saying that, like, that's my position, that I believe that that's what goes on. in this TV show, but I don't know. Or in the comics or whatever. I know, you're snoring so much. Snoring baby. We're getting close to the end here. If you haven't hit the like button, please hit the like button. I still like to see the number go up. I like to see number go up, even when we're at the end of the show. Or near the end of the show, I should say. Like, yeah, my voice is a little bit tired, but I still have energy. Like, I could keep going. I was responding to Moss, and I meant to do, oh, yeah. Sure. Thanks. Zinnia Jones posted on Blue Sky, life begins at whenever you start telling people who the fuck do you think you are to even talk to me like that. I don't know what's going on with her, but that's amazing. Can finish with some WoW. That's true, we could finish with some WoW. Yeah, why not? At least a few minutes. What did I do? I made like a druid, probably. That sounds like something that I would do. Man, except I have to pee again. God damn it. Alright. Let's go. Oh no, I'm hungry too. I did consume something before the show, but it was not enough for me to not be hungry right now. Big Goober, my druid. I'm just gonna put this on in the background, by the way. I'm not like trying to really pay attention and play. Oh my god, did I really make it all the way to fucking Astronar? Am I in Astronar right now? Where am I? Oh no, this is still Teldrassil. I was like, what the fuck? Anyway. I told someone I was in a fight with. They said, oh, is this a hill you're willing to die on? I snapped back, is this a hill you're willing to die on? I have buried people alive on my hill. That's funny. I have a Dread Pirate Roberts t-shirt. What are we doing? Night Sabers. Alright. I just wanna... Just a little something in the background that I'm not gonna pay much attention to. Oh shit, my inventory is full. Oh well. Man, I don't get cat form until level 20. That's some bullshit, dude. Whatever. But yeah, I'm, you know, I like watching movies. I like doing literary analysis. So I guess like tomorrow I'm planning on refilming my Dragonheart video. What's the green overlay? This right here, this is my Carbonite map, and that shows me like where stuff is quest-wise. So, like, I can kill these guys here, and I can kill these guys here, and whatever. That is Carbonite. Yeah, I use a bunch of add-ons. Not a bunch, I guess. It's not like it completely changes the UI, but Carbonite, I have Titan Panel up at the top there. Ice HUD gives me these halo things around my character that show my health and mana. I have an app that helps me with professions. I keep saying app, add-on. I totally forgot that, like, Silent plays World of Warcraft. I was, like, chatting with her this week, and she was like, oh, yeah, this expansion. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. I can talk to you about this. Didn't I come back here to sell things and then just forgot? Let's go to the cooking trainer and sell some things from my inventory. Neat. Saiyans were basically intergalactic exterminators that sold planets to the highest bidder. Unless you were exceptionally powerful or tech advanced, your only promise was to be killed and or eaten. Yeah, that... So obviously that's a way in which it deviates, but it's just really interesting to me. I'm like, my husband got me into Dragon Ball. I'm not like a mega fan or anything, but I'm, you know, I enjoy it. And it's just interesting having that as a background to then watching Invincible, because there's a lot of the same traits. Like, okay, the main character is a highly skilled individual. So you okay? Like let me start drawing you the parallels here. Okay, so Omni Man is an alien. He's a pure-blooded alien. Where what was that? Oh, okay. He's a pure-blooded alien from another planet who is like super duper duper powerful. He has a son with a human woman who then is half human and half alien, basically. And that half human, half alien character is stronger than a pureblood, which is basically just me saying I know in the comics in the future that Invincible becomes basically invincible. Like he is one of the most powerful Viltrumites later in the comics. Sorry for spoiling that, but that's that's just like how this story goes, right? Gohan, half human, half Saiyan, is more powerful than any threat that comes to the planet, much less any Saiyan. And there's like a planetary conquering thing going on. Whoop, hold on. Slash sorry for stealing that person's bird that they were trying to shoot. Yeah, planetary conquering thing. Like they come from a species, an alien species, whose purpose is to conquer planets. Now, in Dragon Ball Z, there is like a financial incentive. They claim like there's like a financial incentive to steal, to conquering these planets. But and like the Viltrumites don't have that same type of thing. But it is still they're trying to bring more planets under their galactic control. Yeah, it's just really interesting to me that there's those parallels, and it's like DBZ established a trope almost, which I don't really see. I guess I don't see it happen a lot, but it's one of those like it's weird that it happened twice kind of things. Ding! I leveled. What else do I need? I need the lightsabers still. How Dragon Ball starts versus what it turns into is silly. Fair. Okay, here we go. So it's just gonna be interesting to see how that plays out, because I do think that's what I was saying earlier. Like Invincible does have something to say. It's just a matter of teasing it out. Like, what do you mean? What are you trying to get across? What is the purpose of what you're saying here? What are you setting up? Saiyans actually become more powerful when raised in peaceful, loving environments. It encourages S cell development, which boosts the SSJ transformation. Is that true, or are you just saying words? Is that established in canon? If it's from fucking Dragon Ball Z Kai, I don't want you to talk to me anymore. Like, just don't talk to me or my son ever again. I really wonder if I can get away with being a streamer who just has World of Warcraft on the screen the entire time I'm talking. That would be hilarious. I truly think that would be hilarious. Super, Super I do consider canon. And like Dragon Ball Z Kai, that's not fucking canon. What's another? There's like other stuff from Dragon Ball that's like nobody considers this canon. Like what? One of them was so bad. Was it Dragon Ball Z Kai was so bad that it caused fucking Akira Toriyama to return to the franchise? Kai is basically recut Z. Okay, good. It fits the quasi-enlightenment nature of the SSJ. It's GT? Okay, I'm thinking GT. Thank you. GT is not canon. Love you guys. Thank you for knowing things that I don't know. Oh, it's not GT? Which one was so bad that it made Akira Toriyama come out of retirement? I'm so grateful to my husband for getting me into Dragon Ball Z because it means that I have something in common with cis men. It makes it so much easier to like socially integrate with cis men if you know things about Dragon Ball. Oh, it was a live action movie that made Toriyama return to the series. Okay. But also GT is largely considered not canon, right? Because like the events of Dragon Ball Super would like supersede and rewrite the events of Dragon Ball GT. Oh, we're at 63 likes. Could we get to 69 likes? So there's two things that I want. Can we get to 69 likes before the end of the stream? And also, can I get one more $10 donation so that I can say that we hit the stream goal today? That would be great. If you've already donated, don't worry about it. Oh, am I supposed to go to Darnassus at some point? Okay, I guess so. Basically, the Saiyans had it wrong. Being violent and warlike actually hindered their power and social development. Okay. Yes, GT was anime originally, and Super happens before the end of Z, but after Boo. Yeah. Yeah, because Boo is in Super. I love Super so much. Like, that's my Bulma! Dude, Vegeta's my favorite. For real. Like, straight up, he's my favorite. Love me some Vegeta. We were at the Asian market, and I know that, like, a lot of the names in Dragon Ball Z are, like, it's basically just a Japanese word, or it's a play on an English word. But I saw a food package that was, like, Vegeta brand, which I thought was very funny. All right. Okay, where do I go now? The first time I visited Darnassus, I was like, whoa, this is a really cool medium town. And then realized, oh, wait, this is a capital city. I am now underwhelmed. What were you playing before that made you think that a capital city would be more... Well, and also, to be fair, Darnassus is not, like, a main capital city. I do think Stormwind is much more impressive. In the sense of, like, that it really kind of feels like a major city. Darnassus is very clearly, like, this is a tree people place. Okay, I do need to go over here. What level is that quest? It's not showing up. Hold on. Emerald Dreamcatcher. Okay, yeah, no, I need to go over here. I heard that as fajita. Fajita! My fajitas! No, Vegeta. Super turned Android 17's character into a household name. Shame we never see his family, though. Yeah, I guess I haven't watched Super enough to know anything about Android 17. That's a failure of mine. I'm just saying, like, nobody sets Darnassus as their, like, home place. It's not very well organized. Just in general, pretty unimpressive. Fill the tourmaline vial at the pools of Arlathorn Moonwell. It's a different Moonwell? Where's that Moonwell? Over here? Way over here. Yep. Oh no. These fucking guys. Man, I'm so annoyed that I don't have cat form. I've been playing on my druid on my main. Oh, she's almost level 60. I'm getting very close. My partner and I have been leveling these tunes for, like, literally months. Not, like, only those tunes, but it's taken forever. We all know this chat devolves into food talk at some point. Yeah, but I'm actively hungry right now, so I'm not leaning that direction. Oh, the person that I'm making friends with at the community garden asked me if I knew whether celery was grown from seed or not, and I was like, I have literally never thought about growing celery. Which is weird because I use it pretty often, you know? I do the mirepoix thing with, like, a soup base. I use celery pretty often, but just wasn't really thinking about growing it. So now I'm thinking about food because I'm thinking about the garden. I've been thinking about the garden, when I'm gonna grow it, when I'm gonna grow it. I hate myself. Yeah, that's your wishful thinking, though, thinking I was talking about fajitas. Okay, I need to sit down and drink. Celery is from seeds. They are super tiny. No. Yes, but, like, I think the question was, like, do you direct sow celery into the ground, or is it better to buy sprouts? Because, like, with tomatoes, you can't direct sow them in the ground unless you want to wait until May to do that. But a lot of people will start them inside. Oh, that is a rare. Can I kill it? I don't know. Certainly not without more mana. I'm going to see if I can do it. But yeah, so it's like, I think she was asking, can she direct sow celery in the ground, or should she start the seeds indoors, or should she buy a plant that has already been started? Hey, gnarl pine leggings, are those any good? Yeah, those are nice. Hell yeah. I can't believe I just got a white BOE. That's crazy. Isn't celery ridiculously easy to grow, or am I thinking of leeks? Like one of those where you can just stick a stalk in water and it grows? Yeah, I don't have any idea. I also didn't end up looking it up later, like, to answer the question of whether, like, how do you grow celery? I did not look it up, because I don't really think that growing celery is something I plan to do this year. Whoop. Having a little homemade hothouse can really help with prepping for planting. Hothouse? I don't know what that is. But I think part of the reason why, most recently when I made my garden setup, I did a... Oh, yeah, it's in the wardrobe. So I did start some of the sprouts inside, or I started from seed indoors, but I don't think they performed very well because I didn't have a warmer underneath them. Like, you're supposed to buy a little heat pad that goes under where the plants are, because it's like the warmth of the earth. Hothouse is a greenhouse. Okay. So I think if I were to start any of my seeds inside, I would really want to get like a heat pad. My garden plot has a lot of stuff in it still from whoever had it last year or the year before or whenever that was, including what I believe is Brussels sprouts. I think I have like 3 Brussels sprouts plants in there, which I might leave in there and see if they produce anything this year. Obviously, I have the rosemary bush. There were clearly a lot of tomatillos in there last year, so there's a good chance that I'll have a lot of volunteers. By the way, if you're not a garden person, volunteers are like things growing that you did not plant. And typically volunteers also has a positive connotation, like it's a plant that you would like to have, or like confers some benefit. So yeah, or I mean, yeah, I guess maybe volunteers might be like, oh, I'm kicking out these volunteers, I didn't want this. But, and so there's also cabbage in there, like, and there's also a type of red kale. I didn't even know that kale could be red, but there's definitely red. It looks like red cabbage color, like a purple red. So I have some kind of kale growing on my spot. There were also several sunflower stalks that I removed this week, so I think that there might also be some sunflower volunteers, if I had to guess, which is very nice. So it's an entire possibility that I don't even really need to plant anything this year in order to have a fairly robust amount of food coming out of the garden. But yeah, I probably still, I'm gonna go through and like make sure I get all the grass out of there, make sure, you know, if there's any plants in there that I definitely don't want, go ahead and get those out of there. And then the coordinator of the garden was telling us that they get a donation of startlings, like, so like the plants have already been sown indoors, typically, or in a greenhouse or something, and they're just like donated plants, and apparently every year they have some amount of plants that don't get used. They just end up sitting in their nursery pots and then kind of die at the end of the season. So I basically am hoping to use as many of the donated plants as is reasonable. So yeah, I do have some seeds from last year, but I don't know where they are at the moment. But I have some heirloom tomato seeds that I saved from a tomato that I ate last year. Like some other stuff. But yeah, it's just a question of, am I gonna do that, or am I gonna use the donated stuff? Tomatillos are a weed. Based on how many they were, that's not surprising to me at all. Like, they're like skins of tomatillos all over my garden. I don't know why they didn't biodegrade over the winter. It seems like they should have. Okay, where am I going now? Oh, well, you know what? I need to empty my inventory again. Okay, what stuff can I sell? I don't need these eggs. Oh yeah, I should get first aid. That's probably a good idea. Oh man, am I gonna continue streaming right now? If I'm gonna continue streaming right now, I definitely have to pee. But I am also running out of things to talk about. My mom has been trying to get rid of the tomatillos in her garden for 30 years now. I don't know what I would do with tomatillos, so it is entirely possible that I should try to remove them from my garden plot. I'm gonna need to I'm gonna need to know what they look like when they start popping up, because there were so clearly like so many tomatillos had dropped onto the ground that I'm sure that there's tons and tons and tons of seed in there. Hey, Firestarter, awesome. What's up? Yeah, you're here about 20 minutes after I would normally say that's the maximum length of stream that I'm willing to do. But my voice hurts. I'm realizing that if I could continue, but I would probably have like a much worse time with my throat. Tomatillos are used to make salsa. Is that it? Fried tomatillos. It's like, I mean, it's like similar to a tomato, I guess, in some ways. That's why it's called a tomatillo. I'm assuming that it's like relatively similar. But that's like how you make salsa verde, is with tomatillos. Mm. Okay, well, I have to pee and my voice is tired and it's been over 4 hours, so I'm gonna go ahead and say goodbye now and plan to see you all on Wednesday. We will see if Weza comes back to have a debate with me later this week, but maybe, maybe not. And we will see if we continue to do the... We will see if we decide to continue to do the hat thing next time, but it was fun. So thanks for hanging out. Appreciate